Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 5th edition of the WION Global Summit Mission Peace. It is the 16th of May 2022. Some 77 years ago, the month of May began with an announcement on the radio. It said Hitler had fallen, meaning the war is over. May 1945 marked the beginning of the end of the Second World War. 77 years later, May 2022 is the closest the world has ever come to another world war. As we speak, Ukraine and Russia are at war. There are armed conflicts in Syria, Libya, Mali, Colombia, Ethiopia. The world's biggest countries are fighting each other on trade. The world is also fighting a conflict called COVID. In the last couple of months, 6 million people have been displaced from their homes. 10 million people have lost a roof over their head. 1.7 billion people worldwide have been pushed to the brink of poverty and hunger, all because of conflict. We've seen 10 major armed conflicts since the Second World War, the likes of the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Gulf War, the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, and also the current war in Ukraine. Now, how do we explain these conflicts? 77 years since the Second World War, has the world still not figured out non-military alternatives to conflict resolution? We at WION are on a mission to give peaceful dialogue and peace a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to this summit. We're calling it Mission Peace, the 5th edition of the WION Global Summit. Today, we will strive to chart preventive policies. We will vet possible options for sustainable peace. Before I proceed, I would also like to thank our sponsors. WION Global Summit Dubai 2022 is driven by Maruti Suzuki, powered by Faber. Our tourism partner is Gujarat Tourism, hospitality partner, the Oberoi Dubai, print partner, UAE Khalij Times. And this event is in association with Car Dekho. Thank you, all of you, for joining Mission Peace. In fact, peace is the very foundation of WION. We believe that the world is one, and that is what WION stands for. The world is one. For over 7 years now, we've been reporting from war zones with faith in peace. We've been stressing on the need for peaceful resolution. We have been hosting conclaves like these to showcase the effectiveness of dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pride that I introduce to you the concept of WION.
Plaguing Afghanistan. City of Mariupol, over 2,100 people in the city died.
It is going to be unprecedented.
The meeting started early Saturday.
The police have called this criminality unacceptable.
Hamas rocket that was fired into the city.
Conflict or climate.
For what in Hong Kong are called compulsory testing orders.
Pandemic or politics.
The announcement of the AUKUS, where does that leave the Quad?
There is use of weaponry as here.
Make yourself as small as possible.
War and peace. The world's channel of choice is WION. Reliable, factual, intelligent, and clutter-free. India's first global news channel is setting the agenda worldwide with human stories that should be told.
Potentially a different way forward.
Extensive airstrikes against Gaza.
Questions that must be asked.
We know for a fact that there was a lapse.
Could have prevented all the blasts, or at least many of the blasts.
We call it a terrorist group.
Analysis that can be trusted.
As Western countries, which are historically, morally, politically, and perhaps even financially responsible for climate change.
See the amount of firing that has been done in order to push back the Taliban.
I wear this mask. This is how it's going to look
the jets that get sent to Ukraine.
The cost of oil has absolutely rocketed.
Ground reportage that takes you straight to the action.
Nuclear-powered weapons complexes.
India's pride, the world's choice, with a footprint in nearly 200 countries. At the top of global digital charts. And at the heart of every action.
Police really here are taking no risk.
WION is all you need. WION is all in one. WION, world is one.
Thank you. Thank you. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary, Editor-in-Chief and CEO of WION, to deliver the welcome address.
Morning, namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to WION's flagship summit. I shall start with a word of condolence to the people and the royal family of the UAE on the sad demise of President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He was a visionary and a reformer who leaves behind a rich legacy that will shape the future of this country and this region. And as we mourn his loss, we also want to take his mission of growth and peace forward. And that's why we decided to go ahead with our summit. And I'm very happy today to see your response and to see so many of you in person here this morning. Apart from WION's millions of viewers who are watching us live right now from across the world. But at the same time, I would also like to welcome all our dialogue partners who came here personally or who will be joining digitally from different parts of the world. This is the fourth edition of this summit, and this summit has been very close to my heart and my team's heart, because every year we have been fighting fate to keep our date with this forum, and it has been a very interesting journey so far. And I'll share three very interesting stories with you. We hosted the first WION Global Summit on 20th of February 2019. And we were in the final lap of preparation when we were shaken by Pulwama terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, where we lost more than 40 Indian soldiers. It was the 14th of February 2019. And I remember the day very clearly, even today. It took us some time to digest the news, and just when we were coming to terms with it, we were reminded that we had a summit to host in Dubai in the next 7 days. 40 Indian soldiers were martyred. My country was sad. My country was very angry. Emotions were very high. Leaving India during this time of grief was a very hard decision for us, but we had an even harder decision to make. And that year we had some speakers joining us from Pakistan. Some of them were serving ministers, and they had confirmed their presence, and everything was planned, everything was booked. But hosting them in Dubai after a deadly terrorist attack on India would have been morally wrong. India broke all diplomatic ties with Pakistan that year, and we had to take a call. We decided to go ahead with the summit without the speakers from Pakistan, and we ended up hosting a very successful and much appreciated event, fortunately. Now look at the next year. In 2020, we were preparing for the second edition of the summit in the same hall, same place, Dubai. We were pumped up by the previous year's success, and we wanted an even bigger event this time. And then suddenly, the news broke about an unknown virus in Wuhan. The virus was making people sick all over the world, and nothing was known except the fact that this virus was very dangerous and deadly. And as the date of the summit grew closer, the virus crossed Chinese borders and was spreading all over the world, including UAE, including this place. Shutdowns started happening everywhere in the world. The challenge before us was to have faith, to fight the fear of uncertainty, and go ahead with the summit, and that's what we did. 1 year passed, and the virus had not slowed down. By 2021, The world had learned to live with the pandemic, and we hosted a first of its kind hybrid global summit again in Dubai. Technology was a big challenge, but we overcame it, and by that time, it had become the new normal. People were working from home, and we were all having virtual meetings. The technology had completely changed everything. And then we opted for the spirit of conversation over the pandemic. We entered 2022, this year, with a lot of hope. We thought this year was supposed to be glitch-free, more or less pandemic-free. But then a war broke out in Ukraine. The uncertainty of the virus was replaced by the uncertainty of violence. I'm narrating these short stories to you today because in the last 4 years we have fought 3 types of wars to keep this flag of conversation flying. First was terror, second was the coronavirus, and third was a military conflict, which is going on right now also. And each time we have realized the potential of meaningful dialogue and mutual cooperation, which encourages us to once again endorse the basic theme of our channel WION, that the world is one. And we can overcome challenges only when we fight as one single unit, as one global team. We can win all wars by talking peace and talking peace sincerely. Ladies and gentlemen, I use that rider sincerely because peace is one of the most misused, misunderstood, and underrated words. In today's diplomatic world, peace has become a superficial word. An absence of war is called peace. An absence of noise is also called peace. An absence of rattling guns is also sometimes called peace. But it's not. I come from a land that values real peace. I come from the country of Gandhi, and a country where people have made the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, this news network called WION was born in the country of Buddha, who redefined himself and his world for peace. And today, under the leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is taking this mission forward and acting as a true ambassador of peace. During the pandemic, India sent vaccines to the world, and during the war, India is pushing for dialogue instead of sanctions. As we deep dive into this deliberation, I hope the conversations we have in this summit today will help us understand conflict better and also define peace, the real peace. His Excellency Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan began his presidency with a message for the people of the UAE. He said, "You are the real wealth, not the 3 million barrels of oil. You are the future of this nation's security and safety net." And let me take this thought forward and say, you are the real ambassadors of peace. And I invite all of you to join WION's Mission Peace and give peace a chance. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's time to invite on stage the first keynote speaker of WION Global Summit Dubai 2022. Joining us all the way from New York today is the President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Abdullah Shahid.
He is the President of the United Nations General Assembly. He has served as the President of the Maldives. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Abdullah Shahid.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate WION for hosting the Global Summit 2022. This summit remains a significant platform for interactive multi-stakeholder discussions. It takes place at a critical time as our world faces many interlinked challenges which demand our urgent action. COVID-19 confronts us with its multidimensional impacts. Conflicts, including the military aggression in Ukraine, undermines global security while compounding global humanitarian issues. Long-standing issues of peace and security remain unresolved across the globe. Conflicts rage on in Palestine, Syria, Yemen, Libya, Mali, Afghanistan, among others. Thousands of lives continue to be lost, and entire generations face bleak futures filled with bloodshed and poverty. Nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction continue to proliferate, posing an existential danger to human civilization. Terrorism and violent extremism continue to menace our lives. Reflecting a breakdown in global trust, states are increasingly spending on military budgets. As outlined in a concerning report by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, in recent years, total global military expenditure rose to almost $2 trillion, despite the economic shock of a global pandemic. Meanwhile, the climate crisis is upon us. As extreme weather events, wildfires, droughts, and natural disasters increase in frequency, we have awoken to a new reality. Climate change is not an abstract threat looming in the distance, but is the lived reality for many of the globe's communities. It causes and compounds humanitarian issues, including famine and displacement, while detrimentally affecting peace and security. Altogether, the challenges ahead are daunting. Yet, I remain hopeful because we still have powerful tools at our disposal. Tools that include diplomacy, multilateralism, and the resilience of the human spirit. Excellencies, as we emerge from a generational pandemic, we must seize this watershed moment to come together as an international community and strengthen our bonds of friendship and cooperation. As reaffirmed during last year's declaration to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, multilateralism is not an option but a necessity. That is why I have consistently called for the realization of the United Nations General Assembly and the reform of the UN Security Council through the IGN process. I welcome the recent adoption by the General Assembly of a landmark resolution requiring the Assembly to meet every time a veto is used by the Security Council. This is an important development in our efforts to make the Security Council more accountable in discharging its mandate. Excellencies, preventing conflict and sustaining peace is central to the work of the United Nations. Nevertheless, there remains a clear gap between our desire for peace and our willingness to finance it. And this must change. Recently, I convened a high-level meeting to advance, explore, and consider options for ensuring adequate, predictable, and sustained financing for peace building. I am encouraged by Member States' commitments to address gaps in peace building finance, but much needs to be done to translate those commitments into concrete actions. Excellencies, reinvigorating multilateralism requires a full-scale mobilization. We cannot neglect the talents of half of our population. There is both a moral and practical obligation upon us to break barriers preventing women from contributing their full potential and assuming more leadership roles in solving global challenges. This understanding has continued to inform my ongoing efforts to mainstream gender equality into all aspects of the United Nations work. In a similar regard, we must also pay more attention to our youth. They will reap the rewards or bear the burdens of our actions or inaction. It is our responsibility to shape a multilateral order that benefits them and to listen to and to involve them in our efforts to shape that system. Excellencies, Yes, we face many challenges that are increasingly complex and interconnected. Yes, our window of opportunity for effective action is fast closing. Yet, if we act now, if we finally and truly embrace the spirit of multilateralism enshrined in the Charter and come together as a global community, we can solve all challenges and we can secure a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The first session of this summit is called Waving the White Flag on Armed Conflicts, and inaugurating it is Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the former president of Iran. He's joining us from Tehran this morning.
He is the former president of Iran. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم عجل لوليك الفرج والعافية والنصر واجعل له من خير.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Mr. President, the respected audience, ladies and gentlemen, hello there and good morning. Thanks and praise to God the merciful for giving me the opportunity and the blessing to be able to talk to this group of intellectuals, and thanks to the event organizer. The title of this talk is Raising the White Flag in Armed Conflicts, which is a key issue in the current situation of the world. Although there are definitions of the notions of war and peace in diverse disciplines in humanity, each taking their own professional stance and foregrounding the parameters involved and quantifying the ratios of effectiveness for each factor, we can also observe that there is a somewhat common understanding of similar and shared views on war and peace in the public opinion of various societies around the world. Among members of the human society, the concepts of peace, compromise, peaceful coexistence, cooperation and synergizing, and at a higher level, the notions of sympathy, convergence, friendship, love, and uniqueness each display quantities that are entirely worthwhile, glorifying, transcendence-oriented, and even divine and heavenly. On the other hand, occurrences such as discord, enmity, conflict, threat, fighting, and at a more serious level, war, genocide, war crimes, invasion, and occupation have at times surfaced in relations among societies and groups of people. Because these events are all inconsistent with the pure nature of mankind, and as they bring about bitter and painful experiences, horrific tragedies, widespread destruction, and unrecoverable damage to the feelings and thoughts of human beings deep inside each, they, i.e. these negative notions, are referred to as a menace and evil in diverse areas of life. Always, there have been warmongers who instigate wars in order to satisfy their sensual desires and to implement their devilish views, while they try to justify their approach and role by praising invasion and repression on others and plundering their resources. As historical evidence and recurring experience in the contemporary era have revealed, although they have resorted to forging, falsifying, imposing, pressuring, and oppressing, except for a very short period of time, they have never been able to conceal their real identity of ugliness, wickedness, and devilish ideology. Obviously, the use of terms such as warrior, combatant, fighter, and zealot in the literature of various nations would never ever be synonymous with warmongering and legitimacy of war. The value attached to these words denotes the spirit of heroism, bravery, devotion, and sacrifice. It is the same spirit that launches passion and epic, and from time to time, like divine breath, it mobilizes the potentials and capabilities of people towards synergizing and achieving more sublime goals in their collective life, at national levels and even worldwide. The values human beings share when describing those brilliant terms come from the genuine perfection attached to defending your homeland, honor, freedom, identity, personal and social belongings, and withstanding war and invasion imposed by warmongers. Peace, coupled with freedom, justice, and love, is the main influence in creation of the majority of the works of art and literature, including their worthiest and the most beautiful across each and every territory and throughout all historical periods. In the literature of all nations, the response to war, invasion, occupation, force, violence, killing, oppression, destruction, displacement, horror, poverty, and famine is but censure, rejection, denial, and curse. Dear friends, wisdom and disposition are the two wings of the beautiful bird of peace. Mankind can only excel by founding human relations on these two, i.e. wisdom and the God-created disposition. That is why peace, as a symbol of development and cultural growth, has helped mankind to see the highest summits of perfection as their goal and assisted them in understanding the pathways for reaching them, while at the same time filling their hearts with enthusiasm and hope in achieving success. But in contrast, war is rooted in turning your back on the God-created disposition, abandoning wisdom, closing your eyes, and stopping to listen to truths and great potentials of life. And in fact, it originates from not seeing, not knowing, not understanding, and not being capable. Human being, in the true essence of the term, is a creature who thinks and decides based on God-created disposition and wisdom, and therefore cannot be at war with another human being, except for when such a person has distanced themselves from their own existential truth and their disposition, or when they have totally abandoned these inherent gifts. The stupidity coming from ignorance and the delusion and despair stemming from incapability and weakness are actually the main causes and the very pretexts for wars. Devil, who is the main and most apparent enemy of mankind, spares no effort to spread ignorance, weaken human beings, and make them confront. Except for a very small number of thinkers who were disappointed with themselves and also with mankind, i.e. those who didn't manage to understand the beautiful existential truth of mankind and of the world, except for them, the majority of intellectuals and scholars have proposed lofty and wise narratives in praising peace and blaming war, and I've enjoyed cherry-picking them. Dear audience, war doesn't have a winner, and the damages inflicted on the conqueror are more serious and will continue to backfire. As a matter of fact, violating human dignity, disposition, and wisdom is itself the most serious of all losses. Dreams don't come true in wars, but rather, wars are equivalent with the death of dreams. A war aimed at gaining power is nothing but delusion, and truly, the thing that creates power is love. Maybe war would mean the lack of peace, but peace would not indicate the lack of war. Peace is a perfect reality which depicts love and life. Actually, peace is a genuine matter, and living under its protection is the basic right for each and every one. Just to the contrary of war, peace has got nothing to do with imposition, and that's why, when at the end of a war, something is imposed on the loser, even if it cannot be avoided and isn't in the interest of the loser, we can never call it peace. Indeed, love, beauty, peace, justice, freedom, brotherhood, prosperity, and any other symbol of goodness would never be the outcome of a war. For reaching anything that is rationally desired and which conforms to ethical and God-given values, there will for sure be a path other than a war, and there would definitely be no way for that through a war. Truth to be told, war inflicts more wounds on mankind, aggravates their wounds, and makes the problems of the society more complicated and severe. In a war, what is exterminated is not just the body of a soldier, but it is rather and better described as the assault of a superstorm on the garden of sprouts and blossoms of life. This reminds me of a beautiful statement by an intellectual who said, "At times of peace, sons bury their fathers, and at times of war, fathers bury their sons." Honorable audience, the philosophy of peace is to accept others, to admit diversity, and to understand the essential inevitability of difference. Realizing the philosophical statement that the essence of difference is the essence of creation proposes and highlights a macro strategy which I'm gonna discuss next. The endless universe and the huge stream of creation is built upon the difference between creatures and also upon creatures being dissimilar to each other. That is, if it were not for this difference, creation would be impossible. It is clearly apparent that difference is a causal factor, which starts up the movement of mankind and universe toward perfection. Any instance of quality related to perfection, such as interaction, growth, development, flourishing and excellence, maturity, and complexity, would necessarily need the feature of difference in order to exist. Meanwhile, warmongering is rooted in self-worship. In fact, the philosophy of war is denying the existence of others and ignoring their rights. As already noted, universe and creation are built upon the difference between creatures. Therefore, warmongering is an already failed effort. It is in contradiction with the general movement of creation, and so that is why it is slammed and scorned. This is a conclusion which is quite fundamental and which cannot and should not be overlooked. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the glorious accomplishments of mankind in the course of their struggles for achieving freedom and justice, and their resistance vis-à-vis the oppressive and hegemonic policies, and also against the dictators and the old and new colonialists, have all filled the intellectuals around the world with hope and determination to make a full-scale return to human dignity and ethical values, and to consider these values as standards for establishing a comprehensive order and for building suitable and competent structures. The historical struggle of mankind, which caused so much suffering and pain for generation after generation, with bloods of millions of people shed worldwide, has in fact borne the fruit of raising the flag of freedom, justice, dignity, and all-inclusive rights of mankind, and also the shared determination of societies in founding their national, regional, and global strategies on these tenets. The heavenly brilliance of freedom and justice in the eyes of the world people, irrespective of their ethnicity, race, religion, sect, language, culture, and homeland, has been so much so that these notions are now considered the main theoretical and practical benchmarks in assessing the truthfulness of major political, social, economic, cultural, and security viewpoints and strategies. That is why the leaders of the hegemonic system, who are the main enemies of freedom and justice, have had no other way but to resort to tricks and deception while disguising their true face under the mask of freedom and justice. One of the apparent signs of excellence and perfection in mankind's historical move is that, as people and societies have come to know each other better, there is now a higher status attached to peace, convergence, peaceful coexistence, and synergizing, which aims at establishing and strengthening the most fundamental and shared values in God-created disposition of people, i.e. freedom, justice, intrinsic dignity, and the full-scale rights of mankind. But to the contrary, discord, enmity, conflict, and on top of them, phenomena such as war, invasion, occupation, and killing are more than ever hated and despised by the world people, who consider these as signs of either flaw or lack of rationality in being civilized. This conference, which is basically held in order to put heads together for finding constructive theoretical approaches and helping to find practical solutions to eliminate or restrain the pretexts of military confrontation, enforcement of coercion and violence, and use of destructive warfare, especially the weapons of mass destruction, is itself a manifestation of such a growing trend. Dear friends, in recent centuries, and concurrent with the era when competition and war was spread across Europe, the autocratic and oppressing European politicians and rulers resorted to colonialism and, in the name of building up, invaded and captured important parts of the world, imposing poverty, underdevelopment, and insecurity on nations, looting their resources and denying their culture and identity. But the increased awareness raised among the nations and the formation of independence and freedom-seeking movements in the 19th and 20th centuries, current era, made up serious and major problems and obstacles on the way of the colonialists who wanted to further their aggressive and anti-human policies. The two immense world wars served as a pretext for a change in conditions and the establishment of a new order. The Second War, which was set up by the global capitalism and led by the U.S., came to an end with the dominance over the world of the 5 states of U.S., Russia, Britain, China, and France in the form of 2 fabricated poles of East and West. These were 2 poles that seemingly opposed each other and were adversaries, but were essentially complementary and were the mutual cause for the permanence and stability of one another. In the era of disorder, the looting of the wealth of nations and denying their identity, cracking down on their freedom, violating their independence and national sovereignty, and taking away their rights to determining their fate, turned into the main levers in politics and were imposed on the world by the same powers. Moreover, unleashing and imposing wars, meddling in the governance and territorial affairs of others, spreading security and military bases, staging coups against popular and independent governments, and imposing economic pressure on freedom-seeking nations was part of the policies, plans, and political measures adopted by rulers in charge throughout that era. Setting up arms race and competing in order to gain annual interests in hundreds of billions of dollars justifies and explains the reason why the strategy of war exists at all. It needs to be underscored that the economy of the hegemonic system and at its forefront, the global capitalism, is apparently an economy of war. Basically, without war, capitalism will be incapable of continuing to breathe. Regrettably, with veto power at the UN Security Council, the major producers and exporters of arms worldwide have taken the responsibility of establishing security in the world. In addition to that, the United Nations, which was established in response to the historical demand of nations to form sustainable peace and security, to recognize the independence and fundamental rights of nations, and to involve them in global management, and yet to prevent colonialism, oppression, plundering, and war, was actually domineered by those two poles through a complicated mechanism. With the claim of leading the world, and by captivating democracy and freedom, the global hegemonic system expanded its illegitimate hegemony through abusing the actuality of the United Nations and by using its military power across the whole world. Over the past few decades, can you find a war among two or more countries? In instances of occupation or domestic ethnic clashes around the world, where the overt and covert agents of the world hegemonic powers did not play a major role on one or more sides to the bloody confrontations and the destructive animosity? For mankind, it is historically shocking and a source of shame that at the UN Security Council, the main perpetrators of war have simultaneously been the reference for resolving conflicts and the very entities responsible for world security, who have situated themselves as ultimate judges. Yet, war or occupation of Korea, Vietnam, Palestine, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and numerous wars in Africa are just some examples of the double-dealing game that the corrupt world powers play in order to manage the world and dominate the nations. The trend of awakening among the world nations and the upsurge in the public demand for change in the global hegemonic system subsequently caused the fall of the dictatorial government and collapse of the Soviet Union. Many nations were relatively freed and were able to restore their independence. Meanwhile, the elimination of that role in the fabricated confrontation, which was the pretext for the order that ruled the world, eventually posed serious challenges to the main pole in the hegemonic system, i.e. the US, in its furthering of its global hegemonic policy. As a result, terrorism, which was created by the planning and determination of the behind-the-scene elements in the global capitalistic and hegemonic system, was in effect spread across the world with the purpose of justifying the unilateral and anti-popular order. Dear intellectuals, now, after 3 decades, certain facts have been revealed. These include the human awakening and escalation of demands for basic rights that help enforce the sovereignty of nations and also the failure of economic and social policies of the international hegemonic players and the ineffectiveness of the currently imposed mechanisms. With these disclosed, the very unilateral, oppressive, and devilish order which is breathing because of its upper hand in weapons and because of the supremacy of the World Banking and monetary system, which leans on mechanisms coming from the Second World War, is now being threatened by collapse and is quite destabilized while it is gasping in agony. For this reason, and aiming at saving the capitalistic system, the hegemonic world leaders are agitated about how to control the human awakening and its call, and want to establish a new political geography and a new order for furthering their illegitimate interests, one which is consistent with the new circumstances. The invasion on Ukraine and its occupation, and afterwards restoration of parts of the former Soviet Union, should be regarded as the first step in bringing about the big changes they had imagined and establishing the new order they had thought of. With this in mind, they assumed that the occupation of Ukraine by Russia, the capturing of Taiwan by China, and the domination of US over Iran would fulfill the first phase of the plan and would not only end the decades-long conflicts, but also impose a new situation on the world. Besides the national and regional outcomes, the significance and international consequences of the Ukrainian people's resistance against the devilish invasion should be evaluated as devastation of the anti-human plot and as partial or overall defeat. The wave of human awakening set in motion by the Ukrainian national resistance and the worldwide support of nations for that which is endorsed by many sympathetic people, thinkers, and reformists, has now paved the way for the historic opportunity of exercising the world's public resolve for establishing sustained peace. Dear audience, attacking Ukraine not only revealed a crystal clear image of the violent and anti-human face of the centralized power and wealth, and their endeavor to satisfy the power-mongering, dictatorial, egotistical, and fame-seeking attitude, but also disclosed the plot of the anti-human hegemonic elements and their long-term plans for furthering their rule over the world and imposing disorder on the oppressed people of various nations. I have over and over and on different occasions sent friendly letters to some leaders in the region, and in my recurrent warnings in interviews and lectures reminded them of the intention of the powers to instigate wars in the region, and particularly about their plot to create a new order. Dear audience, you very well know that as long as power at the UN Security Council and the world's wealth and its monetary and banking structures are monopolized by a certain few international capitalists, the mechanisms of the United Nations will be ineffective and will continue to be abused for stabilizing, furthering, and expanding the current situation, while the global media giant will fully facilitate and justify their acts. When some elements use the pretext of having stockpiles of nuclear, chemical, microbial, HAARP, and similar weapons to assume greater and monopolistic rights for themselves, and suppose they own the countries and the world people, while insisting on imposing their desires on nations, could there be any better conditions in the foreseeable future? Having said that, as long as some individuals consider themselves superior to others and suppose that others are second-class citizens, while seeking to maintain their own political and economic control and to deny others, the improper situation of the world and poverty, deprivation, insecurity, and war will prevail across vast parts of the world and are gonna spread out. For as long as power and wealth are piled up on one side, and poverty and weakness on the other, for as long as more than 1 billion of the world population suffers absolute poverty and more than 3 billion people are impoverished, while the wealth of some others cannot even be estimated, for as long as the decision-making authority, the security organizations, and stockpiles of weapons are centralized on one side, and on the other, the 8 billion world population have no effective role in running the world, and for as long as creating banknotes and offsetting deficits from the pockets of nations and domination of dollar and banks all transfer the wealth of nations to the capitalistic pole, how can sustainable peace, security, and peace of mind be expected? Ladies and gentlemen, the unrestrained capitalism has taken hostage all the shared human values, including democracy and freedom, and by dominating the world, it has brought about nothing but poverty, social gaps, separation of countries, and confrontations among them, as well as the hegemony of small groups over the fate of nations, casting the shadow of threat and war over vast parts of the planet, and the unidirectional flow of the world's wealth to the center of global capitalism. The unjust mechanisms and policies have reached a deadlock, and the world is in need of fundamental change and establishment of an order centering around human interests and benefits. One which is built upon human-centeredness and joint management of all people, and also upon eradication of hegemonic standards and values. An order which would be founded on the recognition of fundamental and full rights of each and every human being, then permanently participating and monitoring. An order which would be promising in an atmosphere of absolute and unrestricted freedom and all-out justice for everyone. An order under which any form of monopoly and hoarding of power and wealth would be forbidden. An order in which all human beings would be dear and respected and equally enjoy all rights and also would share the natural wealth. Such an order will not be established unless there is sympathy, unity, and companionship among all freedom and justice seekers, as well as all people from all walks of life. Today, we are at an important and historic turning point. The oppressive and the deceitful have been unmasked, and the nations have awakened. The free-hearted people, social leaders, authors, and media runners have a key role in accelerating the trend and raising the awareness of. We are about to observe the birth of global human, an establishment of a humane world filled with freedom, justice, and dignity for men. A world founded on public wisdom, on the growth of intellects, and on manifestation of humans' God-given disposition, which is depicted in the perfect human. Yes, this is about to be unveiled, and it's a process that is speeding up. I invite you and all the free-hearted people to collectively join the general movement of humans, accompany each other, and make every effort for the establishment of that beautiful, humane, and lovely world. Wishing for the annihilation of war in invasion, occupation, poverty, and deprivation worldwide, and praying for the removal of the shadow of threat and cruelty on the oppressed nations of Palestine, Syria, Yemen, and Afghanistan, and wishing success for this conference in fulfilling the important commitment of uprooting war and establishing. Wishing you blessings and transcend. Blessings and transcend.
Quite a speech that, not mincing words as always. I want to say here that the views expressed on this platform are personal and not always and necessarily endorsed by WION. The idea behind this conclave is to give space to voices from across the political and ideological spectrum. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to flag off the first session of the day.
Casualties, fatalities, humanitarian crises, forced poverty, homelessness, orphaned infants, marching battalions, and tensions. All because of one red flag: armed conflict. Time to wave the white flag. Time to talk peace. Session 1. Waving the white flag on armed conflicts. And the dialogue partners for this session are Jane Hull-Lute, former Deputy Secretary of U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Yoshihide Nakayama, former State Minister of Defense, Japan. Marko Mikkelsen, the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Estonian Parliament. Shah Mahmoud Miakhel, former Deputy Minister of Interior, Afghanistan. Moderating this session is WION's Managing Editor, Palki Sharma Upadhyay.
Welcome to the first session. I will start with Jane, and I think we can start by talking about the current war, the war in Ukraine that the whole world has been following almost 3 months now. Where do you think it's going? And a question that is often asked is this, that if Vladimir Putin started the war, do you think President Joe Biden is making sure that it doesn't end with his policies and decisions?
Thanks very much for having me. I think any conversation that's entitled Waving the White Flag on Conflict ought to begin by dispelling the myths that we have about violent conflict. One of the biggest myths about war is that it somehow happens in the passive voice. War breaks out. War is not the weather. And we act very often like it is. Oh, it's going to rain. Oh, war is going to break out. War is not the weather. Another myth is that poor people kill each other. Rich people will kill each other too. Another myth is that conflict might be religious or ethnic. It tells us why people might be different. It doesn't tell us anything about why they've decided to kill each other over those differences. The war going on in Ukraine didn't break out. It was launched by Vladimir Putin with the aim, with his stated aims of erasing Ukraine from the map. He's not succeeding.
Who is?
I don't know that anyone is succeeding at the moment. I think the Ukrainians are putting up a remarkable, brave, and determined defense of their country. And I think as long as a single Ukrainian draws breath, that will continue to be the case.
And since we're focusing on the active voice, who, like I asked in the first question, is making sure that this war does not see a conclusion?
Yeah, I think there are no straight lines in war. We know who started this war. None of us are very sure how it ends.
Marco Mikkelsen, who should take the onus of trying to ensure that this war ends? And I could rephrase this question and say, who is profiting from this war? The criticism has been that if this war was triggered by Vladimir Putin's desire to recreate the Soviet Union, NATO's expansionism also must take some part of the blame.
I can say I know who will win this war. The peace will win this war, but Ukrainians and Ukraine and their territorial integrity and sovereignty will be preserved and totally anchored in the future world order. Otherwise, if this world will end differently, what I mentioned right now, we all are going to be victims. Estonia, as a small nation, understand very well that peace can have two faces, at least. You started today our session telling that in May 1945, World War II ended. For our nation, this wasn't the end of a war. It was start of occupation for more than 50 years. And for Estonia and other Baltic states and a number of other nations, actually World War II ended only at the end of Soviet Empire, Soviet Union, 1991. Last occupational forces left Estonia only in 1994. And this regard, for us, the lesson what we learned from this tragic history was that as a small nation, we have to invest into cooperation with our nation who very much value a ruled-based world order, that all the nations, small or big, are committed to what they have agreed upon internationally, the level of the United Nations or other organizations. Multilateralism is something what is our mantra, of course. And then you ask about NATO. I totally disagree with the view that NATO, there is existing some sort of NATO expansionism. NATO can't expand if those people who would like to join this alliance of defensive alliance are not ready or not willing to join. Think about Finland and Sweden today, who make historic step in their history, asking their leaders to join this defense alliance. And this is the case again, and we see that why they do this. They understand that only the way to preserve peace, stability for Northern Europe, for their nation, is to work closely together with other nations who very much share the same values and understanding what peace means and how to preserve peace.
Well, that's what politicians say. It's about values. There's a lot of politics as well. You said that NATO is an alliance against a threat. From what I understand, the raison d'etre of NATO was to take on the Soviet Union or to check the threat from the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union ceased to exist, why did NATO expand?
NATO, once again, NATO didn't expand because just this was something against somebody. Unfortunately, as a journalist, I worked in Moscow in the mid-90s, and I witnessed myself covering First Chechen War that actually the end of Soviet Union didn't mean the end of colonial and imperial Russia. The threat was there. Threat was imminent from very beginning of those years, actually, and we felt as neighbors. And this is why we sought the security and defense from allies who can give this to us as a democratic small nation on a border with imperial Russia. And as long Russia goes on with its colonial and imperial policy, not only neighborhood is not safe and in peace, but also entire world, because this is what President Putin is doing right now against Ukraine. This is war against the world order, what we all would like to see be preserved.
Yasuhide Nakayama, how do you see the war in Ukraine? And I understand that your country and your party have been pushing for Japan to drop its pacifist approach. Do you think arms are a guarantee against wars?
Okay, thank you. Before I'm beginning answering your question, I would like to say thank you, CEO Sudhir, to inviting me far away from Japan, paying air ticket and very comfortable hotel. Thank you. But I'm very uncomfortable with this chair. For the Japanese people, it's too, high. So make it lower next time. And also, my English skill is not so good. I learn English by myself from Hollywood movies called Beverly Hills Cop 1. So my English is a little bit rough sometimes. But I'd like to say sorry at the beginning. So, and also I'd like to say, UAE citizens, I really respect your attitude to your own president. He just passed away. I send my condolences, His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He opened this country, and as Sudhir-san said, His Excellencies established a distinguished work. We, the Japanese people, really respect his dignity. So thank you again and listening my beginning speech. So I'd like to answer your question. So the Mr. answered about the Estonia vision. But from Far East, how I can see the Russians' activity. 1945, 15th of August, the war ends. We, the Japan, surrender. And the emperor announced we surrender. But just after the war ends, Russia, the former Soviet Union, they invade and they took our northern territory island. And 70 years later now, they still occupying our island. And they upgrading lots of military facilities, lots of nuclear submarines, and they still doing real active military activities around my country. And especially last year, we had the election for House of Representatives. But just right beginning of the week, they exercising lots of, very aggressive military activity just right in front of the Pacific Ocean. Of course, Russian people said, and the politician says, in Japan, there is a United States bases, and they might have nuclear weapons. And do you remember, Japanese people? The U.S. dropped atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. How do I answer to the Russians? Yes, of course, we never forget the atomic bombs. But President Obama came to my country, Hiroshima, and he prayed for the victims of the war. And we also went to Honolulu, Hawaii, because we fight against the United States. And we bombed to the Pearl Harbor. Of course, this is a history. And but please remember, we, the Japan and the United States, when we started the reconciliation, this is the start and the beginning of the war time. At the beginning of the war, we already started to get to know each other. And now, the 21st century, we, the Japan and the United States, is the most strong allies and the most trustable friends, I think, all over the world. And we are now challenging and tackling the difficulty issues in front of us. And we, the Japan, try to make a strong strengthening during the FOIP, Free, Open Indo-Pacific. And especially the WION exists in India. India has, of course, a neutral policy, but historically, India, also Japan, is a very good friend. And we are, the friends of Quad. So I hope the Russians' neighbor is not just the Europeans. The Russian neighbor is also just Far East. The Japanese also have lots of fear and threat watching through this conflict and the invasion on Ukraine by the Russians.
Right. Yes, I think all neighbors of Russia and also the countries that depend on Russia feel the impact of the war. And the world is such today that a conflict or a war in any remote part of the world impacts everyone, which is why we are seeing inflation, and that's another security challenge. Food security has been threatened. Shah Mahmood Miakhil, you've seen war from various vantage points. You've been a reporter, you've been part of various UN bodies, and then you were a policymaker in Afghanistan. In this day and age, what do you think drives countries to fight military conflicts? Why do you think conversations fail? And while I'm asking you a question, I also want to ask, since you've seen Afghanistan and the way Afghanistan has suffered the consequences of a war, do you think Ukraine is going down the same road?
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone, and also thank you for the invitation, and also I extend my condolences to the people of the UAE and the government by the death of their president, which has happened recently. Yes, in the last 50 years, which is a half a century, I have seen firsthand all kinds of war in Afghanistan. Occupation, intervention, civil war, proxy wars, war on terror, whatever you just call it. And everyone, including myself, my family, we are victims of this war. We lost our friends. So, in conclusion, I can say is there is no good or bad war. There is no good and bad terrorists. War is war, and as Churchill was saying, Georgia is better than war. You know? Always we have to prevent the wars. That is more important things. Once the war has happened, you violate all kinds of laws, human rights, and the average people, women and children, they will suffer. So the war in Afghanistan still has not ended. We are still in war. We don't know how this war will expand or will end. What will be the consequences of this war to the region and beyond the region? Because still, one thing's really bothered me. Most of the politicians or decision makers, their talks and walks are not the same. For example, in the case of Afghanistan, we were just fighting against terrorism, Al-Qaeda. But the leader of Al-Qaeda was in Pakistan. But the family of Al-Qaeda is living in Iran, the Bin Laden. So that was the reason, unless the governments of all nations, especially our neighbors in our region, if they support the non-state actors as a policy to destabilize other countries, I think the war will not end, because the war will change. From state to state war, which is already happening in Ukraine, we have seen it. But there is, the war which is non-state actors, which is, they are more dangerous to Afghanistan and also to the region. In order to prevent wars and solve the wars, when I say why we cannot end the war in Afghanistan soon, because still we don't have a space for dialogue. How to reshape the future of Afghanistan. The same group, Taliban, they will control, which they deprived the women, children, and others. They don't have a constitution. They don't believe on laws. They prevent education and everything. Or it will be expanded to the region also. So to prevent the wars in the future, we have to send our mindset. We have to, which is mentioned before, we have to have a sincere dialogues to create a mechanism for bring peace and stability. Invest in the peace process, especially invest in education, good governance, and poverty in others, because otherwise we will have another generation of extremism which will emerge, because When I say 50 years in Afghanistan, I am the fourth generation. My father, myself, my children, my grandchildren, we are in this war. Because of the wrong policies in the 80s, we are suffering now. If we make a wrong policies, forget or ignore the problem in Afghanistan, this will we have a pet in the next 10, 15 years. So that was the reason is we have to invest on the peace and also prevent the wars. Like nowadays, preventive medicine is better to curative, or restorative justice is better than punitive justice. So preventive war is more important than to have a peace, because when you destroy everything, then you just say, okay, let's have a peace. So yes, that is important to prevent the war. We have a saying, you cannot wash blood with blood. In the end, you should have a peace. Like you gave a good example from Japan. Yes, war has happened, but now you have a peace, you have a good relation. This should be a model for our neighbors, for the regions, and also to the world. Thank you.
Very well said. I'm afraid preventing wars does not suit the military-industrial complex, and so we have wars, and there's politics as well. But you spoke about people suffering the consequences of bad policy. And currently, Jane, I think the West, led by the US, would have the world believe that sanctions are the best policy to end a war or to check the expansionism of a particular country. But when America waged a war in countries like Afghanistan, for whatever reasons, they did not face any sanctions. They had the United Nations, you talked about mechanisms for peace, has been incapacitated by the veto power that some countries get to exercise. The United Nations actively supported a state sponsor of terror like Pakistan. Do you believe that that this has created an imbalance, which is also triggering very violent reactions from some places like Russia? You said that it's not passive, but it's also probably the third law of Newton.
First, if you'll forgive me, I'd like to add my condolences to those of my colleagues for the loss of your president. And may I also say I'm deeply humbled to be sitting here. I'm neither fluent in Japanese, nor Dari or Pashto, or Estonian, or Hindi, or any other language. And you humble me with your command, not only of English, but of the concepts that you deliver with a degree of humanity that I really admire. The United States is not responsible for the war in Ukraine. That's the punchline, I think, of your question. And I defy anyone who would argue that it is in any way. This is, as people have described it, naked aggression. But how do we prevent conflict? I mean, what's our theory of the case? Why are people killing each other under certain circumstances? What moves people to choose violence? I mean, people will riot, but they won't engage in a systematic campaign of violence unless they are led. So violent conflict, war, is a phenomenon of leadership. And do we see it coming? I mean, we live in an age when we know before victims do that they will be victims. We live in an age when we know before victims do that they will be victims. And what are we doing about it? Sanctions. You raised the issue of sanctions. They're an imperfect tool. Everyone knows that. The sanctions that have been levied by 50 or 51 countries against Russia are unprecedented in their scale and scope. We also know that over 150 countries have not joined the sanctions regime. What are they designed to do? They are designed to send a very clear message. They are designed to inflict pain. And they really are designed to limit the capacity for war. If you want to prevent the outbreak of violence, that's one task. If you want to prevent the spread of violence or the continuation of violence, you need to create military and financial fire breaks to that violence, and sanctions in this case is in part designed to do that.
Marco, sanctions are also dictated by politics and the political exigencies of the countries that impose sanctions. So while we were discussing earlier that India has come under a fair bit of pressure for buying Russian oil, which is a very small fraction of what India buys. And Europe depends on Russian oil and is realizing the cost of this dependence. But do you think that sanctions also fail because there is a lot of hypocrisy and or inconsistency in the way they are deployed?
Of course, the world is imperfect, like also the peace can be imperfect, as I mentioned earlier. But what is left for us to do, if we don't want to go into total madness, meaning world war, as we have witnessed in the past, where millions and millions across the world perished. So we know what could happen if we won't do our global efforts to stop this, what's happening right now in Ukraine. Our parliament actually passed a resolution just a couple of weeks ago calling or naming this, what is happening there, as a genocide. We know that this is the case, has been in the past in different regions in the world, and that actually sometimes we have been, as a global actors, very reactive to this, allowing millions to be perished, exterminated. And in this regard, if our goal is to achieve peace which really means peace, not just another frozen conflict, another just imperfect solution where many people actually suffer after the peace is agreed upon, then sanctions is, perhaps the last resort we can go as countries who desire for peace. And I know how difficult it is among European nations today, for instance, to argue for not only importance of oil embargo, for instance, or gas embargo against Russian Federation. I know that even today, this moment we speak here in Dubai, the foreign ministers are in Brussels trying to conclude the deal on oil embargo. But eventually we end up there, because if we do want to end this conflict as soon as possible, we have to make sure that war machine, which gets money and resources for this kind of activity, must be punished.
Sanctions are one part of the solution that the world seems to have settled on. The second is military alliances. There's NATO, of course. We saw the birth of the AUKUS last year. We are going to have a Quad summit, although the Quad countries say that this is not a military alliance. The Chinese call it the Asian NATO. Would you say that such military alliances are really making the world safer?
I think if there is a dangerous country or the dangerous person, we have to protect myself or ourselves. So we need protection, which means NATO. And I really respect that the President and the Prime Minister of Finland, they are going to request that Finland is going to join the NATO, and also the Sweden. So what President Putin's aspect is really his guess and his hunch was wrong. Because after the COVID-19 situation, even the Japan is going to try to think to double the budget for the defense. Even the Japan, stays long time for 1% of GDP, but it's going to be doubled. How about the European countries? How about another country? They really try to, challenging themselves to protect their lives from the country and the leader who is going to try to use atomic bombs in 21st century again to the humans. That's not really understandable for the Japanese people and myself. So I think, I hope, of course, we'd like to don't use guns or weapons, and we need no more bulletproof vest. But unfortunately, some, the members try to kill some, not just the spies, but the humans, try to use poisoning some politician opponents. That's, crazy in the 21st century. We learn the 20th century that we are not going to use or do some fighting against each other. But, for example, the former president of Iran, Ahmadinejad, I really difficult to understand his words. I'm sorry. But truly, if he said the peace, why always against Israel? Why the Iranian tried to bomb our Japan-related tankers who import or export oil from Middle East? Why they aiming and bombing even our commercial tankers? So I'd like to ask the world's leaders, come together and talk. If you'd like to smack his face, smack in front of them. That is, saving lives of the soldiers, of the citizens. If you don't want to hit the smack, just, scissors, stone, paper, and decide. This is a world peace.
That's very interesting advice on a forum that is called Mission Peace.
Thank you, audience.
Shah Mahmood Miakhil, when you see what's happening in Ukraine, when you see the kind of threats that countries like Taiwan face, or the threat perception that the Japanese have, after the Second World War, the world said never again, but the world finds itself at the same crossroads. Do you see history repeating itself? Marco mentioned the term frozen conflict. Do you believe that Ukraine is caught in a frozen conflict? And do you relate to what's happening, that it's become the center of another proxy war?
History is repeating in different forms. But the question is, we have to learn from the history.
Why aren't we?
The reason is that it is a failure of governance in most of these countries, and also exclusion of people from decision making. So it will end up with the dictatorship. And when that's happened, then there is a ground for all kind of other actors to play. So that was the problem when I see, from Afghanistan in the region here, it is a failure of governance because it was a more political problem. It was, but the world then trying after that to find a technical solution for a political problem, and that doesn't work. Afghanistan is a good example because we have seen, the Russian, the Soviet Union occupation there, the intervention of the US, thousands of soldiers were there, a lot of money was spent, but the actual problem was not tackled there. It was just more like cure just symptoms, but not the real problem, which is how to build an institution, to have a democratic process in a country, inclusion of people in decision making, and also believe on the rights of others. So that was, like I said, most of politicians or decision makers, their talks and works are different. Yes, they talk nice, peace is good, and we should prevent the war, but in the same time, they just promoting the war. And so that was, history will repeat, but in different forums, because the world is changing, but we need, that was the reason I mentioned before, we have to invest now to prevent the wars, the future, for the next 50 years, not 1 or 2 years. Investing on education, governance, poverty, and all these things is important. The money we spend on war, we have to spend it on peace, on prevent the conflicts and others. So maybe logically it doesn't make sense for the politicians, but for the average people in all these regions and the countries, they want peace, education, good life, and nobody wants to be in the war forever. War is, what I said, is for whatever reason it's bad. Because, in the peace process, this is peacemaking or peacekeeping, peace building. We always just focus on peacemaking. But we are not focusing on peace building, which is a long-term process. Because then another war is starting, attention is changing from that. In the 90s, when the Soviets left Afghanistan, attention changed from Afghanistan, then the terrorism emerged, and then September 11 has happened, we start another war in Afghanistan. Now, The US left Afghanistan, the region and also the international community forget Afghanistan, but we know there is many other extreme elements are just working in Afghanistan to destabilize region and also destabilize beyond the region. But we are not focusing on that, how to solve, how to create a dialogue. Because when I say we don't know exactly how it will end Afghanistan war, the reason is that we don't have a space for dialogue, for constructive dialogue and discussion, and others is not existing. So it is forgot, but then Ukraine started or war in other places started, just we are working on peacemaking, but forget the peace building part of that. If we have a one peace building solved, then we go to the next one, will not happen that. So that was, the history is repeating in the same way. Thank you.
As Mr. Chaudhary also said, that the absence of war is not peace. It takes a lot more to build peace. And Afghanistan, I think, is the perfect example. The war is technically over, but there is no peace. Jane, we are sitting in Dubai, and this region is home to some of the world's most intractable conflicts. The Israel-Palestine conflict is one. And even after the Abraham Accords, one sees that the fault lines tend to resurface. The latest one over the killing of a journalist, a very unfortunate incident. The Yemen conflict is far from resolved. Syria is very much in the throes of violence. What will it take for these wars to end? And these are all wars that have no winners.
I think we will send ourselves all to the depths of despair. Everywhere you look, there is persistent violent conflict. It seems true that not one of the major monotheistic traditions in the world today can control its fringes, its fanatics, not one. Indeed, what we see increasingly are leaders speaking to the fringes to foment violence, hatred, a disregard for other human beings. And we see it everywhere. This certainly is a region beset by conflict, but no region is free of it. How do these end? Why do they end when they do? What factors combine to prevent wars from ending? You know, is there a political economy of war where people are profiteering from the persistent violence? Of course there is. How do we recognize the signs that peace building has taken hold? We think we know what they are intellectually, right? We think they're representative governance, broadly representative governance, right? Economic opportunity for as many as possible, and robust civil society based on the rule of law. So those three attributes are pretty uncontroversial. We think they're characteristics of a capable society. And what's the sign? Is it elections? I don't think so. I don't think elections are a sign of almost anything, really. When a government can collect non-coerced revenues from its citizens that reinvested in the country, that's a little more of a durable sign. So what will it take? I only know one thing that would take us out of a toxic cycle, whether it's a toxic political cycle or a toxic violent cycle. And that's for winners to be generous. And it's proving difficult today.
I agree. Yasuhide Nakayama, there's another conflict that the world is bracing itself for in the region that we call home. China has been practicing the invasion of Taiwan and practicing the invasion and spelling it out in so many words. Do you think that is where the next threat will be? And do you think that there is now the political will to stop misadventures of this nature?
I think this is a very important question because as Afghanistan gentleman said, before peace building, if the next war begins, what's happening? I mean, it's turn it over again and again and again. So, for example, all the worldwide media only focusing on Ukraine border now. But how about the Myanmar, Burma? There is also doing some unhuman rights activities from the strong military government. And so what about the Taiwan Strait? So after Ukraine situation, invasion by Russians, if the China learn, if the Xi Jinping is smart, I don't think he's going to try to invade Taiwan. But there is, of course, a possibility, and there is some luck. I think he's thinking the two ways. One is a peaceful way. The other one is forcing by the military action. I mean, the Chinese PLA. And which option he's going to choose is, I think it depends on the world leader of the superpower is, which is the United States of America. With the President Biden's administration, if the Xi Jinping think until the Biden's administration is continuously or suddenly stopped by the democracy of the United States citizens, American citizens, before the Biden over, or even after Biden, the China try to do action within that point, the time of the period. So this is one of the way of thinking by I think the Chinese, some high position people. But once, if they try to invade Taiwan and Japan is really close geopolitically, only 110 kilometers, the closest point. So Chinese military already calculated inside of the ADIS, anti-denial air, defense region, including our nation. So once war begins against Taiwan, I think the Japan, and also there is Okinawa Island, which has the U.S. military exist. So the U.S. and Japan have to, the China tried to involve with the two countries. So I hope that the China, Xi Jinping will select not the militaristic way, but the peaceful way. So that is my personal opinion.
Well, in hope we all live, Before the Ukraine war began, we all said that logic dictates that this is just posturing and Vladimir Putin is not going to invade, but we saw how that played out. But Marco, I would want you to weigh in on this, and do you believe that the world is going to actively make moves to ensure that another invasion/war does not happen? And it's difficult to sanction Russia as it is. It's going to be a lot more difficult to decouple from China.
This is extremely important topic, and to ask what shall be done in order to avoid further wars or, like you mentioned, the possibility of China to attack Taiwan. I am pretty much sure that President Xi Jinping following very closely what's happening in the war of Russia against Ukraine, and also how the world reacts to this in terms of sanctions, but also in terms of global activity on the level of United Nations, for instance. So it really matters a lot if Ukraine will win this war. And actually, I don't know, is this your intentional sort of secret here on a stage, to have colors which resemble to me Ukrainian flag, blue and yellow, or if not, then it's it's good to see at least that we're sitting here in under these kind of colors, because it really connects us to the much more peaceful world. Because if Ukraine can sustain as a democracy, as a country with territorial integrity and sovereignty, then this gives the signal to anyone that the war, what they gonna launch, will get international response. International response that actually prevents perhaps other leaders to try to do the same. But this is, in order to achieve this, we have today to really put a lot of energy, international, diplomatic, also military, in terms sending weaponry to Ukraine for their brave fight for their freedom. And from that depends very much in which kind of world we will live tomorrow.
Right. I think one of the reasons why the world goes into conflict, if I may, is also because too much power rests in the hands of a handful of people, and they dictate policies and politics. I remember reading a very interesting story that involves Japan and the US, and you mentioned the attack. And back then, the US Secretary of War, they had a list of the cities in Japan that were to be bombed, and Kyoto was on the list. And this gentleman had been to Kyoto on his honeymoon, and so he'd seen the rich culture and beauty of the city, and so he struck off Kyoto and he put Nagasaki there. And it was a very telling story because it shows you how some people and their whims and fancies can seal the fate of millions of people. I think, as you said, we need more inclusion in decision making, and that is one way to end conflict, at least theoretically. I think that would be a good point to end on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our dialogue partners for sharing their insights. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move to the next session, the emerging threat from bioweapons. And inaugurating this session and delivering an address on behalf of the host nation is Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir, India's ambassador to the UAE.
He is the ambassador of India to the United Arab Emirates. Delivering an address on behalf of the host nation is Sanjay Sudhir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm indeed delighted to be with you all at the 5th WION Global Summit. I would like to begin by conveying my heartfelt condolences to His Highness Sheikh Khalifa, who passed away just a few days back. Our President, Shri Ramnath Kovind, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, and a lot of senior dignitaries in India have conveyed their deep condolences. Yesterday, our Vice President, Shri Venkaiah Naidu, was himself present in Abu Dhabi to convey his condolences on his personal behalf and also on behalf of the Government of India, as well as the large Indian population which stays in the UAE. His heartfelt condolences to President His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Over the years, WION Global Summit has developed into a wonderful platform to discuss global issues, particularly peace. Today's life is not as simple or as black and white as war and peace. Threats to peace are increasing by the day, whether it is through bioweapons or internet or terrorism, particularly state-sponsored terrorism. There are so many ways which threaten peace in the world today. The importance of peace has never been more than what it is today because of the challenges we face. And I think Dubai is perhaps the best venue where these issues could be discussed. UAE has led by example, I must say. Over the years, you would have seen that the peace initiatives they have taken, for instance, the Abraham Accord signed with Israel, was quite a landmark agreement, which was intended to start a different era of peace, which would have been very hard to imagine some years back. You would have also seen the peace overtures made by the UAE to Qatar, to Turkey, to Iran, and so many other countries, which again might have been a little difficult to imagine a few years back. I think UAE has adopted a very proactive policy as far as cultivating peace, strengthening peace, enlarging its circle of friends is concerned. I think it's quite an example for all of us. India has always been a big advocate for peace. India is the land of Gandhi. And that's what our message has been over centuries and over millennia. Our government position, the position of our leadership, has always been to give peace a chance and to promote peace with whatever means are available. You would have seen that during the Ukraine crisis, our consistent position has been cessation of hostilities and to work on peace through diplomacy and negotiations. Conflicts always come at a price, sometimes at a very high price, even for countries which have nothing to do with the conflict. For instance, the Ukraine conflict for the moment is having a very adverse impact on countries across the world. In some countries, there are issues of food security. In other countries, economies are very adversely impacted because of rising crude prices. There are breakdowns in global supply chains. I think this is a time when we have to recognize the fact that regardless of where the conflict is, the impact of conflict can be much more widespread. While media today is full of stories about Ukraine, but Ukraine is not the only conflict the world is seeing or the world has seen in the past. There have been so many conflicts which have come at very heavy costs to human lives, to economies, and to the world at large. I think it's time that we all put our heads together and find sustainable ways forward to have enduring peace. Before I conclude, I would like to share a few thoughts about India-UAE relationship, which has historically been very close and very warm. However, in the last 7-8 years, it has got completely transformed. You will recall that in January 2017, the two countries signed a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement. For India, this was the first such agreement with any country of the Middle East. And since then, the effort has been to further deepen and widen the relationship. A couple of months back, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement was signed, and the CEPA entered into force on the 1st of May. We expect this agreement to completely change the economic landscape of our relationship. We are very confident that it will go well beyond trade, into investments, technology sharing, and so many other beneficial areas. On 18th of February, when CEPA was also signed during the virtual summit between our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, another very important statement came out, and this was the vision statement. It's in public domain, many of you might have seen it. This vision document actually lays out the roadmap for a relationship for the years and decades to come, and touches on several areas which are pretty new and contemporary. And the effort and the commitment has been to work on areas of existing strength, but also develop cooperation in areas in which we have not worked so far, but then they are so important, like renewable energy, green hydrogen, areas of education, areas of defense, areas of strategic cooperation, building up food corridors, and so many other things. So looking ahead, I think our relationship will move from strength to strength. Once again, I wish the WION Global Summit all success. And I am very confident that you will be able to find some pathways for global peace.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Never before in the history of mankind were humans more aware of the threat from bioweapons. We've learned the hard way that one virus is capable of bringing the world to a standstill. One virus can kill millions and bleed the global economy. What if a country were to deliberately export such a virus? The question we are asking is this: is the world prepared to counter the threat posed by bioweapons? Let's open up this session for deliberation.
Unconventional weapons, unconventional means, unconventional pathogens, unconventional pandemics. Natural, man-made, or a combination of both? Is this a wake-up call? Is the world prepared for a biological war? Session 2. The emerging threat from bioweapons. And the dialogue partners for this session are Fawzia Koofi, peace negotiator, Afghanistan. Vladimir Ostapenko, former minister of Belarus. Mitsuaki Kojima, former ambassador of Japan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Susan Tehrani. It's great to be in Dubai from New York. Thank you so much for joining us in person, Mr. Minister, Mr. Ambassador. Unfortunately, Fawzia Koofi could not be with us in person or virtually due to an emergency, but we have great speakers with great experience to talk about this issue. And, you know, while the COVID-19 pandemic was something very novel, the threat of bioweapons really has not been for many years. And we came to really, at least in a contemporary form, understand it partially after 9/11. For a lot of us, after the terrorist attacks of 9/11, at least in the United States, we learned about the bioweapon labs with Al-Qaeda, how they had those tendencies, and then we talked about non-state actors, rogue states, having the ability to acquire them on the one hand, and on the other hand, how easy it was for them to acquire them. And then fast forward, we have something like COVID that is a pathogen, and for a very long time, we were sort of, it was a political taboo to talk about the origins, so talking about that was difficult as well. So with that in mind, you know, the dual use, the dual sort of aspect of bioweapon and bioterror, I'd like to just set the stage and ask you, Mr. Minister, why is it so important to address the issue of bioweapons at this point in time, and why has it become such an important talking point?
Well, thank you so much. I would start maybe with joining my words of condolences to the peoples of the United Arab Emirates with the disease of national leader Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, WION for inviting me and to say how privileged I am to be among the distinguished speakers and the distinguished audience here in Dubai. That's my first experience. And I feel comfortable in this chair. so I hope that, yes, during this event we will be able to find the answers to the most challenging questions and problems we are facing. I shall maybe mention at the very beginning that I represent the National Anti-Crisis Management. It is a team set up by the Belarusian political leaders that were forced to work in exile following the falsified presidential elections back in 2020, basically exactly with the time when the COVID pandemic started going around the world. By the way, that was one of the reasons why the people so actively reacted at the presidential elections, because at the very beginning, the president of Belarus, Lukashenko, at that moment said he didn't believe in any viruses and he didn't believe in any quarantine measures. And the best way to cope with that is sauna and vodka. And so that was the only answer on the part of the authorities at that moment on the really developing pandemic and problems that the people in Belarus faced. And that was provoking the very angry reaction of the citizens, let's say, during the elections, which Lukashenko completely lost. Well, since then, we've been fighting, we've been opposing the regime, we believe a legitimate regime in Belarus, for almost 2 years. And the losses that we suffered already could be compared to the casualties of the war, when we say that there are about 50,000 people arrested, dozens killed, tortured, disappeared, and this more than 1,200 political prisoners in the country, and these numbers are going up since the massive repression still go on. But following the beginning of the aggression against Ukraine on the February 24th, we believe that our struggle, as well as the whole world, turned out to be in a completely different stage that makes things very, very different from what we used to have. And your colleagues already quite correctly mentioned that it's for the first time in 77 years after the end of the Second World War, we are very close we are on the brink of this next World War, which could not be tolerated, which should be reacted and which should be reflected, I would say. The question is whether the world has become safer or more secure after these 3 months of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. And I should add, unfortunately, the regime of Belarus took an active part in this aggression, providing the territory of my country for airstrikes, for missile strikes, for troop movements on the shortest route to Kiev from the southern part of Belarus. And of course, any reasonable man would say, would give you a definite answer, definitely not. The world is not safer, the world is not more secure, because already we have witnessed the problem with the atomic energy security at the Chernobyl and Zaporizhia nuclear power stations in Ukraine. Already we may say that the border of Russia with NATO, and Russia was very much preoccupied about this border, is already doubled with the accession of Finland and Sweden to the alliance. And here the question may arise whether the threat of using a biological weapon is higher than it used to be. And I may say yes. In spite of the fact that the biological weapons are forbidden, by the International Convention of 1972, and all European countries are members of this convention, are parties to this convention, and they should respect all the obligations of not stockpiling, not spreading, and not using biological weapons. Unfortunately, during last months, we've been witnessing multiple times how Russia and Belarus, unfortunately, neglected their international obligations, be it in the field of human rights protection, be it in the sphere of sovereignty of nations and non-use of force, be it in the sphere of the non-proliferation of the nuclear weapons. Because during this war, Russia would start rhetoric of using nuclear weapons, and Lukashenko, supporting Russia, would say that he is ready to deploy nuclear weapons in the territory of Belarus. And this situation really requires the strong reaction of the international community, because for the moment we have social surveys saying that more than 90% of the population of Belarus are strictly against the war with Ukraine. And they are strictly against using the forces of Belarus and the infrastructure of Belarus in this war. But the legitimate leader has the freedom of doing things that are not really corresponding to the wills of the people. So I would say that the effectiveness of democratic control, the respect for democratic values, would give the strong basis for the ensuring the predictability in the actions of the political leaders, either dictators or not. And we shall be really striving to do this very effectively in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for joining us. I'd love to follow up on what Mr. Minister said regarding the region. He touched upon a very interesting issue, and we can talk about Russia and Ukraine. But because of what's happening in Europe, the largest land war since World War II, the issue of biological weapons is front and center. Japan knows this very well. You were a victim of a terrorist biological weapon in 1995, the underground sarin attack in the subway station, which was, a weapons of mass destruction, considered a weapons of mass destruction by a minority terrorist group. So we know that that's extremely possible. But then, because of the low-cost aspect, the deniability of bioweapons, state actors now that feel insecure, that are not superpowers like Russia, like the United States, they feel that perhaps having bioweapons that are low cost can perhaps guard them in this atmosphere of uncertainty in this world. And lo and behold, despite having weapons convention rules and regulations, you can really start an arms race at the end of the day with just having this atmosphere of uncertainty. Do you have any thoughts on that before we move on to the issue of Russia and Ukraine more?
Well, thank you very much for asking a nice question. But it is a very difficult answer. It's a specific, specialized topic. Now, I think, first of all, previous speaker, including Mr. Chaudhry, at the outset, we are mindful of the danger of bioweapons. In face of the Wuhan-originated coronavirus pandemic, COVID-19, it spread so fast in the world, every corner of the world, and already in 2 years, 483 million people infected, over 6 million people dead. And we have past experience during the end of, towards the end of World War I. There was Spanish flu so rampant in Europe and the United States and so on. It is called Spanish flu. But it is not really the origin of the Spanish flu is not in Spain. It is originated from Oklahoma, United States. During wartime, United States sent troops to war front. And there, the flu spread very fast. And Spain was at that time neutral, so that the press and the media wasn't restrained, so that the flu spread in Spain, reported to Europe and to the world. And Spain had a wrong name, unfortunately. But during the World War II, there have been there was some research, development, and in some cases, production of bioweapons. And after the World War II, recognizing the danger of the bioweapons, as he said, the Convention on the Prohibition of Development, Production, and Stockpilings of bioweapons was signed in 1972 and became effective in 1975. So we have institutions to control the bioweapons in every way, development, production, and stockpilings. And 83 members, countries are members to the convention. Quite a number of countries are members, including UN permanent security members. For all 5 are members to the convention. So the international institution is there already. But here there are some shortfalls on the convention. The first shortfall is about 14 countries are non-members to the convention. There are some countries, I don't want to name the countries, because I've been in diplomacy, so for the courtesy of all the countries, I don't name, but there are countries who are fighting each other. So I think this convention is not universal yet. So we have to make efforts to make this convention universal. That's pressing. The second shortfall is verification. They could not agree on verification mechanism on the convention, so that if there is a violation or suspected doubts and so on and so forth, there was no way to verify it. And on top of it, the bioweapons have been destroyed in many countries. United States declared the destruction of bioweapons in 1972 under Nixon administration. And Japan too, we destroyed all the bioweapons. But there is no verification there. And the second one, on top of it, after the destruction of bioweapons, there is a need for the bio research for security purposes. Obviously, there might be use of bioweapons sometime, so that the militaries have to prepare for it, to defend from such use of bioweapons. And also for the public health purposes. Such, the bio research should be kept. And there, it is very difficult to investigate. And therefore, there are many rumors here and there about in Ukraine too. There is a rumor that the United States may have assisted such research, bio-research in Ukraine. But that is not true, though. But there are also the...
Can I just follow?
Yes.
Can I just follow up on that when you talked about the bio-research labs in Ukraine? The U.S. says it's for peaceful purposes. Russia says that these biolabs may not be for peaceful purposes. But regardless of that, just the importance of what's happening in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, there is consensus that even if Russia does not have plans to attack those bioweapons labs, the fact that they might even be just to pinpoint the urgency of this topic, just the fact that they might accidentally be attacked one way or the other and electricity goes out, you pointed to Chernobyl. These pathogens, because they are, again, for dual use, and it's very difficult to identify whether they could be used for a bioterror purposes or, for scientific research. If electricity goes out, then they could go into the community and then infect the community. How difficult is it to contain, and how difficult is it to regulate? You rightly noted that there are a lot of loopholes in UN rules and regulations. But first of all, terrorists and rogue states, as you mentioned, don't abide by those rules and regulations. Wars don't really abide by those rules and regulations. Countries, there was a political taboo, really, even regarding the lab leak theory when it came to China. We weren't even able to talk about that for a very long time. And when we talk about preventive measures, as you mentioned, one of those issues is to remove those political taboos, those barriers, so something like COVID doesn't happen again. So I know it's a very loaded question, but I'd like to pose it to you, Mr. Minister. What to do? Is this a wake-up call for policymakers to, first of all, put these political taboos aside? And second of all, because Mr. Ambassador really put the leeway on the issue of these biolabs in Ukraine, whether they are funded by the U.S. or not, but they are in the middle of a war zone right now. What happens to them?
With your permission, I will continue. I fully share, first, the point expressed by my colleague that the biological weapons sphere would need international verification. We have a very effective example of Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons that is rather effective on controlling everything which happens in the world with the chemical weapons, but unfortunately we don't have this mechanism for biological weapons. And of course there are difficulties in differentiating between military use and pharmaceutical use, for example, of these weapons. And I fully agree with you that, yes, the world was on the brink of losing one of the agents that were used for the laboratories, because definitely they have their own protocols and they have their own security, which is good and working in the peaceful times. When you have indiscriminate bombing of the city where there is a biolab, there is a real danger of losing this stamp, losing this agent, and there is a real danger of biological threat. As for the information from both sides, I read different reports from the Russian side, from the Ukrainian side. As it always happens during the war, each side has its own truth. Russia is accusing the Ukrainian side of producing bioweapons. Ukrainian side is explaining that this is the program legally established with the US authorities on the basis of the international agreements and on the basis of general investigation of the things. And I mean, we should be ready for that. But are we safer hearing two sides of the stories? Not really. And the answer to this question is that we should really eliminate the war as the main source of this danger that could bring the biological weapons into our world. We have enough other challenges, let's say, to face. And maybe one more reference, because I know that during these last 3 months, Russian propaganda, supported by Belarusian propaganda, used very many fake stories on everything, basically, starting from we are not the aggressors, we are the victims, and I would call it very Hitler style, Lukashenko phrase, if we should not have initiated this military operation, we would have been attacked by the Ukrainian forces. As simple as that. So bearing in mind the Russian track already on Novichok affairs in the UK, in Bulgaria, with Alexei Navalny, I would not be surprised to hear more accusations from the Russian side directed to Ukraine, but I still believe that Ukraine is strict on performing its international obligations on biological safety.
Right, and I'd like to wrap up by asking both of you whether or not, there's this conversation that we have in the United States that perhaps we had test runs for pathogens and bio attacks, and those test runs around the world for the most part, maybe the swine flu, maybe the bird flu, and then, a shock like COVID came and hit the world. Is the world, do you think, prepared now for another biological style attack should it happen? And do you think China bared the responsibility that it should for what it did to the world ultimately? I mean, there was a window of opportunity where all of this could have been controlled had China informed the world on time. It really didn't at the end of the day, and that's, it's a fact. We know that now. So one of the aspects and one of the things that we talk about during this conference is preventive policies. Did we learn from our mistakes, and are we ready for what's to come? Here.
Well, that's a very relevant question, Susan. And if the bioweapons are in the hand of the international terrorist sect, it's awful. We should prevent it. And that question leads to my third short horse of the Convention on the Prohibition of Development, Production, Stockpiles of Bioweapons. That is lack of international judiciary system. That means those who violate the convention should be investigated and also tried for justice at a certain international organ. There is International Criminal Court of Justice based in The Hague, Netherlands. But here again, some shortfall of the international judiciary system. Only 122 countries are members. And for respective reasons, United States and Russia opted out. So that those non-members to the convention are not be subject to investigation, subject to justice, and so on and so forth. So I think it is very, very imperative for us to reinforce international judiciary system to try those committed violations in due course. We shouldn't punish people by rumors. We should avoid that. It should be brought to justice, to the established international organ. Otherwise, it is difficult to dissuade those who might use the bioweapons. And another thing is the Interpol, international ICPO, Interpol.
Right.
They are they are responsible to investigate those who violate, those who may have violated the convention and the use or the development and the production of the biosubstances, the bioweapons, and so on and so forth.
When the stakes are high, basically, then perhaps that accountability might come into play.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Minister, your concluding remarks.
Maybe a few words. Well, I fully agree that we need to think of more effective mechanisms for the accountability of those who violate the international norms. It comes to the aggression, or it comes to the human rights violations, or it comes to biological weapons. But I mean, the more efficient the system would be, and accountability should be finally inevitable, and that would help to prevent this threat. As for the world, I believe we've spent at least 1 year in a very restricted conditions with the masks, all kinds of social distancing, and maybe we are really better prepared for another challenge. But I hope that the people all the world would find the common ground for controlling this from the very beginning, of sharing the information, finding the effective ways to solve it, and we are living in one world, and we should be really guided by this noble idea to ensure peace in our planet. Thank you.
Mission Peace. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I'm very happy to share with all of you that WION Global Summit is trending on Twitter. And it's very heartening to see so many people from across the world joining this conversation and resonating with our message and joining Mission Peace. And I am requesting all of you to also be a part of this conversation. You can tweet, you can post with the hashtag WION Global Summit, and you can join the conversation and the mission. We are going to take a 15-minute tea break. I will request all of you present here to be back in time for the next 2 sessions. See you. Israel claims to have destroyed a rocket launching site used by the Hamas.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made no mention of any halt to the offensive.
We at WION have tracked this story from the word go.
WION reports on the latest health threat before the world.
People diagnosed with the coronavirus in Russia may be deported back to their home countries.
The looting started early Saturday.
South Africa is witnessing riots.
Hopping through a Taliban headquarters now.
Hours of non-stop live broadcasts. The most extensive coverage. Biggest team of reporters on ground.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched the world's biggest vaccination drive.
India will have nearly 120 million doses.
We know that our shared planet is changing for the worse.
We need constructive dialogue. It's time, it's time, it's time.
Protests like these are now a frequent
A friendship that has stood the test of time, dehyphenating geopolitical equation and focusing on bilateral issues.
Place where I'm standing will be the site of the opening battle. As you can see, the reserve forces are getting ready. They're picking up the weapons here.
Ringside, Ukrainian military drills. The Ukraine conflict is intensifying. WION brings you all sides of the story.
The reserve forces are one of the many protest marches.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time. Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all if you fail to prove us wrong. God, help us.
One trillion species, 7.8 billion humans, 1.9 million species extinct, one planet. Where are we heading? What should we do? Watch Climate Tracker, only on WION. World is one.
Well, thanks for staying with us. You're watching WION World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start with the top stories of the day. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Nepalese counterpart Sher Bahadur Deuba hold some pretty comprehensive talks to expand the bilateral cooperation between the two nations. And speaking exclusively at the WION Global Summit, Iran's former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad has said that wars help the United States and other Western powers further their global hegemony, and without war, capitalism will be incapable of persisting. And the keynote speaker at the WION Global Summit, the United Nations General Assembly's President Abdullah Shahid has said that amidst the raging global conflicts, the world needs to come together as an international community. He's also said that multilateralism is not just an option, but an absolute necessity in today's world. And the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov has warned Finland and Sweden for choosing to join the NATO military alliance, calling it a mistake that would have far-reaching consequences and see the global situation change radically. And Ukraine has released pictures showing its troops reaching the border with Russia, and reports that Ukrainian forces had held the Russian offensives in east, with Western military officials saying that Moscow's campaign there had been slowed to a snail's pace. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un visits pharmacies as the country faces a wave of COVID-19 infections. The North Korean leader has ordered the army to help distribute medicines, as the country has said that nearly about 50 people have now died due to a strange fever since the first case of COVID-19 was reported. Meanwhile, in Germany, Chancellor Olaf Scholz's Social Democrats face a crushing defeat in the regional elections in one of Germany's most populous states, according to the exit polls. The verdict is being seen as a damning verdict on his weak response to the war in Ukraine. All right, so let's start with the big story that we are tracking on WION at this hour, where India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is presently in Nepal, specifically in the province of Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, on the occasion of Buddha Purnima. Prime Minister Modi received a pretty warm welcome from his Nepalese counterpart, Prime Minister Sher Bahadur Dioba. Now, upon arrival, the Prime Minister tweeted that he was extremely happy to be amongst the wonderful people of Nepal. He was also warmly welcomed by the Indian diaspora in Nepal, and the Prime Minister signed a sketch depicting him as Lord Buddha. So this, of course, is the meeting between the two Prime Ministers. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, is in Nepal to strengthen the already strong relationship, the historically strong relationship between India and Nepal. Remember, India shares historical and cultural linkages with the country, but there is a third player in the fray. China is, of course, trying to exert and extend its influence inside of Nepal, the Himalayan nation which had been very closely allied to India for a very long period of time. And in the last few years, there have been some differences that have cropped up between India and Nepal. There have been certain hiccups in this very close relationship, and that is what is attempted to be smoothened out by the Indian Prime Minister, who is, of course, in Nepal today on the occasion of Buddha Purnima. Now, the Prime Minister is, of course, doing something very interesting by trying to strengthen the Buddhist tourism circuit and also the Ramayana trail, which both of these nations share. And this, of course, is going to go a long way in strengthening the close historical and cultural ties that these two nations, of course, share. Now, along with the Nepalese Prime Minister Sher Bahadur Dioba, the Indian Prime Minister also visited the Maya Devi temple and attended a special prayer there. This, of course, is the Prime Minister's way of reaching out to other nations, and especially specifically to Nepal, with which India, of course, has some very close historical, cultural and religious linkages. Now, the Indian Prime Minister also watered the Bodhi tree sapling from Bodh Gaya that the Prime Minister had gifted to Lumbini way back in 2014. Now, the Prime Minister also participated in the foundation stone laying ceremony for the construction of the India International Centre for the Buddhist Cultural and Heritage Site and offered his prayers alongside the Nepalese Prime Minister Dioba.
Government of India.
So this, of course, is a very good step and a solid step by the Indian Prime Minister in furthering the India-Nepal equation, something that the Nepalese Prime Minister and the Indian Prime Minister together are trying to strengthen the relationship. There, the Prime Minister with folded hands, deep in meditation, offering prayers at the temple.
Samma
Now remember, the people-to-people connection between India and Nepal is of course very strong. The Indian Prime Minister is there in Lumbini today. He's met with the Nepalese Prime Minister, deep in meditation. The Indian Prime Minister is of course trying to strengthen the India-Nepal equation. Now there are a host of different meetings on the agenda where the two Prime Ministers also held a comprehensive review of the recent agreements. There were some important memorandums of understanding that have also been exchanged between the two countries. In the afternoon, the Prime Minister will be attending the Buddha Jayanti celebrations and also will address a pretty large gathering of people, including Buddhist scholars and monks. This visit of the Prime Minister holds a special significance as it marks the growing ties between the two neighbours in South Asia and comes after Prime Minister Dioba's own visit to India last month. It was his first official visit overseas after taking charge as the Prime Minister back in July 2021. And that, of course, was significant as it gave a fresh boost to the ties that had turned pretty chilly in recent years. India's Foreign Secretary said in a statement that Prime Minister Modi's visit will contribute to further strengthening the age-old socio-cultural bonds between the two nations and also reaffirm India's neighbourhood-first approach. Meanwhile, India's flagship global summit is presently underway in Dubai. Before the summit enters into its second and the last session, we get you some of the highlights. The event began with a pretty extensive discussion of the biggest global issue right now, and that, of course, is war. And one of the keynote speakers at the event, Abdullah Shahid, who is the President of the United Nations General Assembly, called on the world powers to come together and strengthen global cooperation in the face of raging conflicts. Listen in to what Abdullah Shahid had to say.
Excellencies, as we emerge from a generational pandemic, we must seize this watershed moment to come together as an international community and strengthen our bonds of friendship and cooperation. As reaffirmed during last year's declaration to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, multilateralism is not an option but a necessity. That is why I have consistently called for the realization of the United Nations General Assembly and the reform of the UN Security Council through the IGN process. I welcome the recent adoption by the General Assembly of a landmark resolution requiring the Assembly to meet every time a veto is used by the Security Council. This is an important development in our efforts to make the Security Council more accountable in discharging its mandate. Excellencies, preventing conflict and sustaining peace is central to the work of the United Nations. Nevertheless, there remains a clear gap between our desire for peace and our willingness to finance it. And this must change.
And also Iran's former president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was one of the keynote speakers of WION's global summit in Dubai. In his address, Ahmadinejad connected the business of war with capitalism and stressed that capitalism is simply incapable of continuing without these wars. Listen in.
War doesn't have a winner, and the damages inflicted on the conqueror are more serious and will continue to backfire. As a matter of fact, violating human dignity, disposition, and wisdom is itself the most serious of all losses. Dreams don't come true in wars, but rather, wars are equivalent with the death of dreams. A war aimed at gaining power is nothing but delusion, and truly, the thing that creates power is love. Maybe war would mean the lack of peace, but peace would not indicate the lack of war. Peace is a perfect reality which depicts love and life. All. It needs to be underscored that the economy of the hegemonic system and at its forefront, the global capitalism, is apparently an economy of war. Basically, without war, capitalism will be incapable of continuing to breathe. Regrettably, with veto power at the UN Security Council, the major producers and exporters of arms worldwide have taken the responsibility of establishing security in the world.
The countdown begins. WION Global Summit, Dubai 2022. A conclave for peace. Session 1, waving the white flag on armed conflicts. Session 2, the emerging threat from bioweapons. Session 3, trade wars, no long-term winners. Session 4, digital warfare, securing the World Wide Web. Join the peace process in Dubai. Register online for summit passes. Be a part of the dialogue. Tweet using hashtag WION Global Summit. WION Global Summit, Dubai 2022. Mission Peace. May 16th.
Now, during the first session of the summit, the delegates, of course, focused on waving the white flag on the armed conflicts, while the United States former Deputy Secretary at Department of Homeland Security, James Holyout, said that no one knows how the war between Russia and Ukraine will end. The chairman of Estonia's Foreign Affairs Committee, Marko Mihkelson, said that Ukraine war is actually to change the world order that presently exists. And Afghanistan's former Deputy Minister of Interior, Shah Mahmood Miakel, stressed on the need for the world to invest in peace.
Who is profiting from this war? The criticism has been that if this war was triggered by Vladimir Putin's desire to recreate the Soviet Union, NATO's expansionism also must take some part of the blame.
I can say I know who will win this war. The peace will win this war, but Ukrainians and Ukraine and their territorial integrity and sovereignty will be preserved. And
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 5th edition of the WION Global Summit Dubai 2022 Mission Peace. We're ready for our third session. Our third session is called Trade Wars, No Long-Term Winners. And the topic is self-explanatory. And it's something that I believe each one of us relates to. So let's do a little show of hands. Raise your hand if you're paying more for fuel or gas than you were last year. Wonderful. Look at this. Now raise your hands if cooking oil, essential commodities have also become more expensive in your country than they were last year. Very good number. Just look at the number of hands around you. This is how widely trade wars impact us, all of us, no matter where we live in. A trade war anywhere is a threat to supply chains everywhere. Same with sanctions. There's an urgency to try and find solutions for what we're calling unconventional warfare, trade wars. And that's what we shall do in this session. Allow me to invite Mr. Dmytro Senik to open this session. Mr. Senik is the Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine, joining us all the way from Kiev.
He is Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. He has served as Ukraine's ambassador to Singapore, Brunei, and New Zealand. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Dmytro Senik.
Thank you for inviting me to address such a distinguished audience. Let me start by offering my sincere condolences to the people of the United Arab Emirates on the demise of His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who is highly respected by the international community for his devotion and contribution to promoting peace and prosperity in the UAE and the region, as well as for strengthening the UAE role as the regional leader. Ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful for this opportunity to address the Global Summit. Journalists from the WION News were among the first to visit Ukraine on the eve of the Russian aggression and stayed there during the most difficult days of the Russian aggression. I would like to thank Ms. Palki Sharma Upadhyaya for her courage demonstrated in Ukraine in those tragic days. Indeed, the world changed after February 24th, when Russia started its war against Ukraine. Ukrainians suffered the horror of the Russian occupation. The unprovoked Russian aggression took the lives of dozens of thousands of civilians, more than 220 children killed and more than 420 children injured. About 10 million civilians had to leave their homes to seek a safer place. More than 1 million Ukrainians, including thousands of Ukrainian children, were forcefully transferred to Russia. Being incapable of defeating Ukrainian armed forces, Russian soldiers fight with civilian population, killing innocent people and looting. While failing to occupy Kyiv and other major cities, Russia destroyed thousands of Ukrainian hospitals, educational institutions, theaters, road infrastructure, residential housing. More than 2,000 missiles were fired to destroy civilian infrastructure. Suffering, devastation, scorched earth. This is what Russian soldiers live on the occupied territories. These are war crimes committed by the Russian Federation. At the same time, in an attempt to cover its crimes, Russia spreads disinformation and delivers fake news. However, the truth is that Russia started the biggest war in Europe since the World War II. By defending itself, Ukraine defends entire Europe. Furthermore, Ukraine defends those principles enshrined in the UN Charter and respected by every responsible member of the international community. So, why the ramifications of Russia's aggression are so important to the international community? The Russian unprovoked aggression against Ukraine will undoubtedly have grave consequences for the entire international system. For the first time since the end of the World War II, we witness unspeakable atrocities and brutality committed by Russia, the country that sits as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council and was expected to be a peace guarantor, not a wrecker of the global security architecture. Secondly, according to the IMF, the global economic recovery will slow down significantly due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The IMF not only downgraded growth prospects in Europe, but warned that countries around the world will be affected by the disruption to commodities markets as a result of the Russian war. Thirdly, Russian aggression would cause serious problems for global food security. In total, Ukraine, as the global food security contributor, feeds about 400 million people around the world. Ukrainian grain, corn and sunflower oil are traditionally supplied to Europe, North Africa and the Middle East, as well as Asia. The looting of Ukrainian grain by Russian troops, blockade of shipments of grain and other food supplies from Ukrainian ports, as well as mining of shipping routes endangers global food security. According to the UN, Russia's invaders blocked almost 4.5 million tons of grain in Ukrainian ports and ships. Russia continues to intentionally block sowing campaign in Ukraine by destroying agricultural machinery and stocks. Despite all the hardships we face, Ukraine is committed to its obligations and remains a trustworthy supplier of agricultural goods to various regions of the world. Ukraine is working intensively with partners to export its agricultural goods through alternative routes. Ladies and gentlemen, what kind of world order do we all want to have? What principles and rules do we adhere to? Should we live in the world where the might is right? We live in the 21st century. The century of scientific progress, rethinking and evaluating our common future and destiny. The century where nations should compete in the areas of innovations, new ideas to improve well-being of people, especially in the most vulnerable groups of society. Let me offer you a picture of the future how I would imagine it. It is actually very close to those of you who are currently in Dubai. I'm talking about Dubai Expo 2020, a remarkable success story of the United Arab Emirates that has won hearts and minds of millions of people around the globe. Expo 2020 inspired and prompted the international community to address the world's most critical challenges and opportunities, to bring the world together. 3 words: sustainability, mobility, opportunity. This is what our shared future should look like, offering opportunities, but not depriving people of lives, homes, and their dreams. Competition of new ideas and solutions to improve lives, but not violence, hunger, and poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, what is happening in Ukraine is critical for our shared future. It is white and black. There is no gray area or neutrality between the good and the evil. That is why every member of the international community should speak up against Russian aggression and condemn the atrocities and war crimes committed by Russia. We strongly believe that Ukraine will win. The international order will prevail. After we win, we will rebuild and restore everything that Russia destroyed. We will build new Ukraine. In cooperation with prominent international experts, the Ukrainian government is already developing a recovery plan. The main principle of this plan is that we are building with Europe and the world, rebuilding the whole country. And we invite our international partners and friends to take a lead in rebuilding Ukraine together. President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, launched a global initiative, United 24, that is designed to support our country, where everyone can donate funds and participate in rebuilding our country. So let me take this opportunity to invite you to join the global efforts of supporting Ukraine, supporting peace, and ensuring that our planet is a safe place to live. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish everyone a fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Senik. It's time to open up this session for discussion. I have some very qualified dialogue partners joining me on stage. Let's begin with a quick introduction.
Trade sanctions are taking the world by storm. At least 20,000 sanctions are currently active. The result? A downturn in the global economy. A disruption in global supply chains. A world bracing for growing inflation. In times of globalization, are there any winners in trade wars? Session 3, Trade Wars, no long-term winners. And the dialogue partners for this session are Pat Breen. He is Ireland's former Minister for Trade and Business. Simon Lacey, former Vice President, Huawei. Wasika Ayesha Khan, Member of Parliament, Bangladesh. Richie Santos Diaz, Senior Strategic Advisor of the Corporate Group. Moderating this session is WION's Managing Editor, Palki Sharma Upadhyay.
Welcome to the session. and we have Wasika joining us from Bangladesh. Padrine, I want to begin with you. You're an expert in the field of trade and commerce. And my question to you is this. Would you say that trade wars are spelling the end of globalization?
Good morning, good afternoon, I suppose at this stage to everybody, and to say, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you, Palki, for the introduction. Can I first of all, like the previous speakers, I think I'm one of the first Irish ex-ministers to address this forum, just to sympathise with the people of UAE on the death of Sheikh Khalifa, and to wish new President Mohammed every good success. Before I start, can I just say to you, Palki, the relationship between Ireland and India is very strong, not just in relation to the colour of our flags, but also the former Prime Minister and incoming Prime Minister, will come in at the end of the year. Leo Varadkar, his father is from India, was a doctor from India. And so I think when the new Prime Minister takes over again, with those Indian connections, it'll further strengthen the relations between Ireland and India. To answer your question, I suppose, in relation to globalisation is really important. I think it will continue. I think the trade wars that are ongoing at the moment, they will have to be resolved, the disputes in some way or another. I mean, we saw in 2018 when Donald Trump put tariffs on goods coming in from Europe to US, and the issues that were going to happen as a result of that, particularly in relation to Boeing and Airbus, who are two competitors, one from Europe and one from the US, and of course the steel tariffs as well. And this was going to cause huge disruption for the whole European community. And the European community is a big bloc of countries together, nearly 500 million people. And this dispute was going to harm the relationship, because Europe exports about 24% of their goods into the US. So the US is a very important trading partner. And as a result of this, and as a result of dialogue, with the formation of the Technology and Craft Council, we were able to, this was a council that was elected by the various two countries, with high-level both ministers and secretaries of state from the US and trade representatives on this. They were able to deter those sanctions and put them off. So you can see yourself, dialogue is extremely important when you're dealing with trade wars. Trade wars, the reality is, there may be short-term winners in trade wars, but in the end, it's the people that you're trying to protect that will lose most in this. So no, I don't think it's the end of globalization. Maybe, when Donald Trump, said that he wanted to make America great again, I think that's impossible in today's modern world, because, companies that invest abroad, and Ireland is the home of many pharma companies. From it has one of the, I suppose, 20 of the top 20 pharma companies in the world are based in Ireland, and they're there for one reason. Donald Trump at the time said these companies must come back to America so as to create jobs. But it doesn't work like that, because these companies are in Ireland for a number of reasons. First of all, to serve the European market, which is a very large market. So no, I think it's not the end of globalisation. There are going to be blips, I suppose, all the way through, as we've seen down through the years in relation to trade wars. We saw what happened in the Great Depression back in the 30s. And what happened there was, people were afraid that imports were going to, people were going to lose their jobs. And so they put tariffs in place. And those tariffs eventually led to huge inflation, which we talked about there earlier. And as a result of that, down the road came the World War II. So we have to learn from the lessons of the past, but it's difficult. But I think the word relationship is going to be really important during our debate here today, because relationships with countries, diplomatic relationships, economic relationships are extremely important if we're to ensure to end trade wars, and of course to ensure that we don't end globalization, which is really important for small open countries like Ireland, where we produce enough of food to feed 35 million people, with a population ourselves of 5 million people. So we have to get our goods off the island, and it's only by trade and by having partners in trade and relationships that we can continue to do that in the future.
Simon, you've been the vice president of Huawei, which is, whether we like it or not, the market leader in 5G, and many countries are trying to protect their interests by raising concerns about their links with the Chinese government. Every time there is a trade war or the threat of a trade war, leaders tend to sell the concept of self-sufficiency. But in this interlinked and interdependent world, is it possible for countries to be completely self-sufficient to insulate themselves from the threat of a trade war?
Okay, well, let me also begin by thanking WION for the generous invitation. The third time I'm speaking at the summit, and it's always good to be with you and to hash out these issues, these very important issues with you. I'd also like to present my condolences for the loss of the nation's leader. So I think the answer to your question is you know, I've lived and worked and done trade policy in sort of 30 countries at this point in my career, and there's this seductive kind of attraction to the notion that we could be self-sufficient in something, so we wouldn't depend on others. You know, I spent 4 years in working in Indonesia, and the whole Indonesian trade policy and agricultural policy is built on this notion that Indonesia should be able to provide for itself. But that's just, that's first of all a fallacy. I mean, it's just not physically possible for countries, for most countries. I mean, some big countries, sure, they can become self-sufficient in just about almost everything that they need. But you know, the economic theory going back to Adam Smith and David Ricardo, you know, absolute advantage, comparative advantage, those policies are economically self-defeating, and so there's just no rational or sane reason why a country would want to be self-sufficient in everything. You know, I lived in Switzerland for many years, and Switzerland has this incredibly protectionist agricultural policy. And I remember somebody said once, you know, in Switzerland they could grow pineapples if they wanted to, but they would just be 15 times more expensive than the pineapples that they could import from Taiwan or Hawaii or wherever, just because they'd have to grow them all in greenhouses. And so it'd be ridiculously expensive. The other thing I think you have to remember, you know, going back to the point that Pat made about globalisation, and this sort of ties into what I'm saying about comparative advantage and absolute advantage. I mean, globalisation is not over because the economic rationales for globalisation are still very much there, and there's just too much money to be made by integrating these markets, and so yes, we will see some sort of limited decoupling in areas of sort of sensitive technologies and data. We're starting to see that as big Chinese technology companies are being forced to delist from the US stock exchange, and as we're seeing Huawei, for example, run into some serious headwinds in the US. And in some other markets. But basically, globalisation is not over. It's just going through a sort of realignment as countries sort of think about you know, how deeply integrated do they want to be with certain countries. I think, you know, deeper integration is really only going to be possible and is only going to be desirable with countries that you share a number of values with. And I think that's really where globalisation is headed. It's more of a sort of values alignment rather than a full-scale decoupling.
Interesting. Wasika Aisha Khan, we're saying the title of the session is Trade Wars, No Long-Term Winners, and I'm curious to know if you agree with this, because there seem to be some winners. When China and the US were engaged or have been engaged in a trade war at the peak of it, I understand a lot of garment manufacturers, especially that worked with China, were looking at opportunities in Bangladesh. So would you say that your country has been a beneficiary of some sort of trade wars?
Thank you, Palki. It's a pleasure to join the Global Summit. I've always admired the WION team since its inception. I offer my heartfelt condolences to the people of United Arab Emirates and wish their new leader well. Trade wars, in my opinion, are not sustainable. And if you're talking about beneficiaries of trade war, the supply and demand will actually decide which country is the best producer of a certain commodity. And Bangladesh has always been competitive in the RMG sector. And we are number 2 in exporting RMG, as you know. So the trade war between US and China may benefit somewhat, but it will not make a sea change in Bangladesh's economy. Like, self-reliance versus international trade has occupied the center stage of political and academic debates for most of the 20th century. Now we are talking of trade wars and sanctions in the new global scenario. But during the pandemic, we did face much supply chain disruption, and we learned to cope with that. When we are talking about sanctions and protectionism, ultimately who suffers? I think the consumer suffers the most. And for a developing economy like Bangladesh's, the burden of tariff subsidies, protection subsidies, and sanctions will be ultimately borne by the consumer. In any other nation, it's the same case. The price of the products produced rises by the amount of tariff or protectionism or sanctions or whatever is the reason on the import of similar goods. So this is essentially a transfer of resources from the consumer to the producer. So by sanctioning products and by picking up trade wars with certain nations, how are we being fair to the consumer, the biggest stakeholder in the economy? And how environmentally friendly is a trade war? What about the carbon footprints? And this is, I don't think it's going to be, my personal opinion, it's not going to be sustainable. And even before the winds of war began, there were protectionism by tariffs. And the tariff regimes, when the tariff regimes are there, companies keep asking for more protection instead of becoming self-reliant. And that has to be talked about, I think, more, because that has been going on for years and years and years. To be fair to the consumer, to make an economy sustainable, we must offer the consumer a choice. And if I talk about our regional trade, in South Asian region, it is very strange that we trade much less with each other than with the rest of the world. It became quite apparent during the pandemic period. And it would have been so much better if we were trading more with each other. The supply chain disruptions would not affect us so much. But I hope that, the world will get better and the consumers will get, the best of what they deserve. Thank you.
Right. So we've spoken about policymakers, we've spoken about the consumers whose interests must be safeguarded at all times. As a representative of global business, how do you account for the possibility of a trade war at a time when there are obvious supply chain disruptions, at a time when there is a lot of talk of recessionary pressures on economies the world over? How do companies deal with these decisions and changes?
Yeah, so, can you hear that? Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, like everybody else in this room, I'm a resident now of Dubai, so my condolences as well. And my colleagues here who had different kind of points of view in terms of, from a policy point of view, from a government point of view, from a multinational point of view, with regards to kind of the everyday consumer, when you kind of asked the audience earlier, you said how many have seen inflation from a consumer point of view, right? And we don't, as the average person, whether it be a business or a person, you don't actually think about, what's going on in terms of, this government, they're going to put 25% tariffs on China. You're thinking about how to survive, right? You're thinking about, from a business point of view, as well as from a consumer point of view. And it's what you were saying earlier, the consumer price index in the United States, it was the highest in March in 40 years. It was 8.5%. So from a business point of view and from a consumer point of view, you see these costs, they add up. One, for example, the pandemic. I think it's not even the pandemic, but the Suez Canal, right? I think that taught a lot of businesses, a lot of governments in terms of, oh my God, I'm so reliant on, say, China, for example. I mean, 8 out of the 10 largest ports in the world, busiest, are actually in China, if you count Hong Kong as well. So as a business, for example, maybe if you're exporting, if you're developing goods and let's say 70% of it is coming from China, you start thinking, and many have started doing this, how do I diversify my supply chain, where it's not solely coming from one specific port, maybe near Shanghai, that maybe it's coming from other sources, maybe from Bangladesh, as you were saying earlier, in terms of other countries, Vietnam, Bangladesh have been emerging, where China is actually becoming so expensive now that actually they are benefiting from these developments, and businesses are seeing that, right? They rather than, pay, with the increase of costs, I'm going to get my stuff from Bangladesh, or I'm going to get my stuff from Vietnam, because it's much cheaper, it diversifies, it mitigates my risk. You always want to mitigate your risk as a business. And I think it's not even just that I'll twist it a bit and then add the digital transformation, right? I think all of us in the pandemic, I mean, hands up in Dubai in this audience, we're using online shopping more than you were prior, right? I was. My Amazon account just went like, woof. So literally, as a business as well, I think the word for this year is the I word, inflation. We've all said, like I said, the CPI in the US was the highest in 40 years. And businesses obviously are thinking about this. In the US, it's hard to get baby formula at the moment apparently. So as a business, to answer your question, you start thinking about it, from your cash flow, from where you're sourcing your supplies, your talent, and in terms of digital transformation, where the pandemic accelerated that, I think also even where your staff are working, in terms of how that is, where actually, do I have to be in the same city? Can they be working in Bangladesh or Ireland? And I'm doing it all here.
So businesses have no choice but to evolve. Basically,
otherwise they're going to lose money.
Yes. Pat Breen, we mentioned China, and we recently saw China blocking Lithuanian trade because they allowed a de facto Taiwanese embassy in Lithuania. And that's just one of the examples of how countries tend to weaponize trade. And I know that we have international mechanisms to ensure that this does not happen, but it happens all the time. So how do we make sure that essential items and trade are not used to buy political leverage?
Well, I suppose that's the question, a very difficult question to answer at this point in time, as the world is going through a major transformation, particularly in relation to, as what our previous speaker talked about, the whole area of chain supply. I think that's something that's going to be a big issue for the world, including food supplies as well, which is essential. You look at what's happening in Ukraine. The former Prime Minister or the Foreign Minister talked about it there in his contribution. The blockades of the ports in the Black Sea by Russia, and also, I suppose, COVID-19 has had a huge effect on the whole global supply area, and particularly in relation to cruise and ships, where disruption has caused a shortage of cruise and ships. You also have a situation where Russian goods ships are blocked from European ports. So, and of course, as the Ukraine is known as the food basket for Europe. They produce a fifth of the world's grain, and that's an essential product. And they export 90% of that. And they are trying to find, with the ports of Odessa blocked and other ports, they are trying to find other alternatives to distribute that. But it's going to be a big issue, I think, for many countries down the road. And, you just can't change to other suppliers all at once. It takes time. And you talked about, the importance of again, go back to relationships and how food can be used as weaponry. We saw a situation in the US-China situation where China put huge tariffs on grain going into China, which more or less resulted in the whole disruption of the grain going into China, and they have to find other markets for that. And of course, if you put tariffs on goods and you have a tit-for-tat situation happening, obviously the cost of the goods are going to increase, and that's going to put a huge pressure on countries. So, to talk about no winners, yes, there are no winners in trade wars, but also I think it's important to point out why in the short term, trade wars or trade sanctions and trade wars, they do protect jobs in the local areas, but in the long term, they create bigger problems, particularly in relation to the cost of goods, which in turn will lead to inflation. And a lot of countries are facing that at the moment. In Ireland, we're lucky enough in this. In fact, I think we can sustain it. The Department of Finance just issued, a bulletin in relation to the next 6 to 8 months. And while inflation may run at 6 to 7%, our economy will be able to sustain that because of the fact that we have a solid, economy which is built on trade. I mean, every day of the week we export 37 million euros of food and drinks all over the world. That's a lot for our country. And why we can sustain that and why we can keep the deficit in place and keep attracting foreign direct investment into the country, which we are at the moment, particularly from the US and from but we're looking at other areas as well. We're not putting all our eggs in the one basket here in this. Presently, our biggest supplier, or our biggest exporter, exports a number of exports is to the US, followed by the UK, and that's because I suppose of geopolitical reasons as well, because of the fact that UK is located alongside us. But one would think because of the hostilities between the UK and Ireland down through the years, that the UK would be a hostile partner, but it's not. Even in the difficult times, people still travelled from Ireland to England for work, and before we joined the European Union, actually, Britain was our major trading partner. And of course, what the European Union did, it opened up new markets for us, particularly within Europe and the single market, and it opened up other markets throughout the world as well. And of course, I think what's really important for any country in the world, in today's global world, because as my colleagues have said, we talked about the digital transformation and we talked about how small the world is to have a good trade policy in place. And again, that's going back to the relationships we have. So, it's amazing that during the trade war between the US and China, Ireland actually increased its exports into China. Today, I think we export about 8 to 9% of our goods into China, and the same with the US as well. So while there are some winners, and I think my colleague in Bangladesh said this, there are some winners, particularly the bystanders, but it can be short term because of the situation. I mean, if you look at Mexico was a big winner, Vietnam was a big winner in the US-China trade war. But it's really important, I think, that the US and China now get down to serious business to ensure the end of the trade war. And hopefully, I think in the near future, President Biden will make a decision in relation to it. It takes, I think, leadership in both countries to ensure that we put an end to trade wars. And remember, the US and China are the two biggest economies in the world, and they can sustain themselves anyway.
Indeed. The only difference is that Joe Biden has to fight an election and the Chinese leader not so much. So I think you need reciprocity, and you need to have the domestic constituency on board. I saw Simon nodding when you said that they both have to sit across the table and talk. Huawei has been a big, I keep coming back to it, a point of contention. Would you call Huawei a victim of the trade wars, or would you call it a weapon in the hands of China that it will wield in a future that is going to be dominated even more by technology?
Right. I mean, look, let me just follow up on something that Pat said, or respond to the question you asked, Pat, which is what do you do against economic coercion. And the thing that we have to stop economic coercion is the rules-based order, which the Ukrainian Deputy Foreign Minister talked about. And so you've got a couple of really big countries, big markets that can exercise and exploit market power. But if you've got a strong set of rules, which we have in the form of the WTO, which you can enforce, then that goes a long way to constraining some of the big powers in some of the excesses and abuses that they can perpetrate. And so now the EU is sort of closing ranks with Lithuania, and the EU is a big market with incredible market power, but also regulatory power that it can export, and a solid set of values. I mean, the EU has really sort of transposed America as sort of the light on the hill. And the EU is sort of closing ranks now with Lithuania and making sure that China's actions do not go unpunished, and that there are consequences to those actions. Now, to get to your question on whether Huawei was a victim, I mean, people sort of tend to focus on the US-China relationship, and they sort of see these flashpoints or these points of sort of conflict. The reality is that these are also two markets that have a lot of common interests and a lot of points where they share common objectives. And the problem that Huawei had was that it was sort of on one of these flashpoints where the US and China don't share common objectives because they're in this sort of strategic rivalry for technological dominance. And ever since, I guess, going back a few decades, I guess was the third offset, the US has understood its military advantage. I mean, you go back to Vannevar Bush after the Second World War, the US has understood its military advantage very much in terms of also its technological superiority. And anyone that challenges that risks sort of running the gauntlet of American ire. And this is sort of what happened to Huawei. Being the sort of representative company from China, is it just assumed a position of dominance in handsets. I mean, for a while it actually overtook Apple, and it was like the #1 handset.
You're completely discounting the fact that Huawei is also very deeply linked with the government in Beijing, which cannot always be said about American technology giants.
That's actually not true. I mean, if you look at the boards of Boeing, or if you look at the boards of any big American companies, I mean, they are very closely tied to the American government, but not in the same way as in China. I mean, what you're saying is absolutely true. The Chinese state does exercise considerable influence over its economy, and it's just not possible to be a company with the size and the importance of a Huawei in China without having some sort of operational and close ties with the government. The government is just too pervasive in China. But people sort of kind of think that the US is the sort of free-for-all where the government, doesn't mess with the market economy, and China is the opposite. It's actually not true. I mean, the US government is sort of deeply involved in regulating and managing its companies too, but just, of course, not to the extent of China.
Interesting. I would want to dwell on that point, but maybe somewhere else, because this one is one of my favorite subjects. I want to get in. Sorry?
We'll meet again at happy hours.
Happy hours, yes. Wasika Aisha Khan, every time I have a discussion or a debate on trade wars, I always think of the chicken and egg question. Does trade dictate policy and politics, or is it the other way around?
Wow, that is a question which can be debated for days, I think, because for a developing country like Bangladesh, policy is formulated around the nation's needs, and trade comes after that. Now, like I said, if we are focusing more on regional trade, the policy will allow regional trade, and which we should focus more on. And in a very unpredictable scenario around the world now, policies I think policies are fluid. Policies cannot be set in stone. And we must think and formulate and take policies and take decisions which is the best for our economy and also a sustainable decision. And in the long term, and the long-term effect of which has to be good. And, you know, when the big powers are behaving like petulant children in schoolyards, so small countries like us, small developing countries, we have to be very cautious because we must think of our people. We must think of food security. We must think of energy security. We must think of our GDP growth. We must think how to take our nation to the future. And it is very important. Policy is very important. Policy will follow our aspirations of where we should go. Thank you.
Interesting. Richie, we're talking about policy and we see sanctions becoming an all-pervasive aspect of policy with the way things are going, the military conflict spilling into other domains. Do you see more turbulence, more trade wars before we're able to strike peace on this front?
Yeah, so, the common theme for today's kind of discussion as a whole has been, Russia and everything going on there, so with regard, and Ukraine obviously, so at present you see it where like Russia's banned, from SWIFT and all these kind of aspects in terms of that. Where I'm trying to get to is essentially with regards to everything going on, going to the theme of my colleagues here, it's just not sustainable, and you see this from the past. I mean, back in 2016, I wrote my first second op-ed in Forbes in America, and I was writing about, the 14 free trade agreements that the U.S. had and still has. Back then we thought that under the Trump administration, those were going to change, minus formerly NAFTA, same thing basically. All those other free trade agreements were still there. So going to kind of, what we've learned in the past, I think we forget as well that trade is, and going to another theme that people mentioned in the previous conversations was this, it's not just the U.S. anymore, right? You have, we forget that, because this is WION, India is a BRICS country, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Why did they use trade to get together? Because they are big emerging economies. And it's not so much to say that U.S. you're done. It's there's other players as well in terms of that. And I think, going back to, I think there was a comment on China earlier with my colleague here from Huawei. It's nothing new with the One Belt policy, because the U.S., with the Marshall Plan, had something like that back in the day after World War II with regards to giving money to Europe to rebuild after the war. It was something interesting fact as well. I think it was the UK, I think about 2 years ago, fairly recent, just paid off all its loans to the US on the Marshall Plan. I saw that fairly recently, so that was interesting. But it's just, looking at in terms of what Russia's doing, Russia's basically said we've been developing. So they've actually planned this, that they've been developing their own kind of equivalent of SWIFT. And I think China's doing something similar as well. So it's almost like it's not like overnight. They've kind of thought about this, maybe learning from the past that you can't just be reliant, but it is what it is. And I think going to my colleague's comment really quick on policy, I think you need to adapt it. And I think with digital transformation, you've seen that with cryptocurrencies, where countries like India have had, announced that they're going to do Indian rupee, tax crypto. So you have to be with policy as well, and filtering down to individuals that those policies also have to go with the times.
Right. Pat Breen, final question. Countries weaponize trade because they can. I believe some of them do. They use trade ties like China does, as we discussed, for political leverage. How do you protect yourself against such a possibility is question number one. And over the years, I think the whole world understands the pitfalls of dependence on China, and yet they walk into those traps. Is it only because of lack of alternatives, or is there more at play?
Palki, I suppose, the whole situation is China is a huge economy with 1.5 billion people. And I suppose over the years, China has been reaching out to the whole global world for trade and for business. I mean, we saw what they've done in Africa, where they have, produced a lot of money to poor African development states and built infrastructure and provided money for other buildings as well. But at the same time, there's always a take in that as well. And of course, the advent of cheap labour is something as well. So the reality here is, Ireland is one of the largest suppliers of infant milk formula to China, and so trade is really important for us, specifically in that Asia area. And I think it's important that you don't, as I said, don't put all your eggs in the one basket. I think for a country, a small open economy, it's important that you trade with everybody as much as possible. I mean, this is really part of the importance of trade and free trade deals as well. Ireland is now part of the EU bloc. We don't negotiate ourselves for trade deals anymore. We let the EU as a bloc negotiate for us. That means that we're in a very stronger position to get better trade deals. And trade deals are very, very difficult to negotiate, and they take years. I remember when I was minister, the CETA deal was going through Europe, through the European Parliament and through Europe at the time, and it took 7 years to negotiate that free trade deal with Canada. So I think trade is a very important aspect of the whole subject of our conversation here today, the whole area of mission peace. And that's really important to ensure that we continue good relationships, diplomatic relationships with every country as much as possible. What's really important is to ensure that you continue to have that relationship, and to ensure that countries like China play within the rules. And I mean, the EU recently negotiated an agreement with China a few years ago, actually, just in the middle of the COVID situation. It's blocked at the moment because of China put sanctions on certain individuals in the European Parliament. But they had, negotiated a deal where China would deal with some of the human rights aspects, deal with supply and chain, supply, etc. And it was going to be in the favourable interest of both the European Union and China. Presently, it's stalled, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future in relation to it. But trade deals are really important for countries, particularly, to have these trade deals in place where tariffs are imposed, if necessary, fair tariffs. I think that's something to, and this is where the WTO comes into place, as Simon pointed out, the important role the WTO has in relation to helping developing countries and promoting jobs, because jobs are extremely important. There are, I think, about 165 countries part of the WTO, and they will be meeting in Geneva shortly to outline or to deal with a number of outstanding issues that are in the global world at the moment, particularly in relation to vaccines. So the WTO is an important role to play, and dealing, as you said, trading with China, it'll have its ups and downs. But at the same time, I think countries have to do that if they're to ensure that they sustain their economies.
I think they can start with better representation at these multinational forums like the WTO. India and South Africa have been fighting for vaccines to be made more accessible and technology to be shared, but that's a long fight. But I'm going to wrap this session. I think the big takeaways for us was that all of us agreed that there are no long-term winners in trade wars, though sometimes some bystanders do make short-term gains. And people and businesses tend to be collateral damage whenever two countries or regions engage in a trade war, and we need stronger laws and better enforcement. I think that sums it up. Thank you very much. And thank you, Aisha. you very much. Okay then, it's now time for another Second World War story, since I'm told you like the first one. When the war was at its peak, forces would often airdrop leaflets into enemy territory, and these leaflets would contain anti-government propaganda and fake stories. And these leaflets were printed with the aim to convince the population to not support their government, to not go to the trenches. This was propaganda warfare, the Second World War. Today, this war has moved online. The internet has become the battlefield. You could say that the side that writes a better social media post wins this war. The final session of the WION Global Summit deals with digital warfare.
There was a 300% increase in cybercrimes during the pandemic. Also, a 600% increase in malicious emails. Not all wars involve a military or blood. Some are fought over the internet. Some are fought over narratives. The side with the better military no longer wins a war. It's the side that dominates the internet. The side that tells a better story wins today's battles. Session 4. Digital Warfare, Securing the World Wide Web. And the dialogue partners for this session are Kostiantin Koshelenko, Deputy Minister of Social Policy, Ukraine. Supa Mandiwazira, former Minister of ICT, Postal and Cybersecurity, Zimbabwe. Barakat Alkindi, former Director for Digital Transformation, Abu Dhabi Police. Moderating this session is WION presenter Jasper Reed.
Welcome, honoured guests, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers. We're going to start today. We should have Konstantin joining us in a second. The cyber warfare subject is a huge subject and a very abstract subject in some ways. So we're going to start by making it very real and very personal. Konstantin and the people of Ukraine are at the front line of cyber war. And Konstantin, we're delighted to have you here. The question we want to ask you is, how are the Ukrainian people, the people on the ground, not the policymakers, using digital technology and social media to protect themselves during this war?
Thank you, Jasper. Thank you, Jasper. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Global Summit participants, partners and colleagues, digital transformation of the social sphere is one of the most important areas that the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine is working on. We actively develop digital services for citizens before the war and ensure the security and stability of social IT infrastructure during the war. We continue to support and build social services for citizens even during airstrikes, because the need for social protection of citizens has grown. Every Ukrainian has been vulnerable now. Millions of people who evacuated and those who remained in attacked cities also required protection. Our team ensured social payments to all citizens, and together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and state banks, developed a technology that allows international charitable institutions to provide centralized cash support to Ukraine. We automatically continue to provide social assistance, subsidies for housing and communal service without application. and simplified greetings for new recipients. This was made possible by a system of informational exchange between different state registers. As a result, more than 6 million people are covered by some form of social assistance. During Russian aggression, we financed all 100% of payments of subsidies, benefits, social benefits, and pensions. Even in regions where, due to hostilities or occupation, social security bodies do not work and cannot accrue and finance these benefits. For international displaced persons, less than a month, the service of their registration was implemented through the use of DIA mobile application, and the social protection offices in the OLAS. Payments of social assistance to them through bank cards we implemented also. But even if in peacetime, this aid was small in amount, and now it's not enough for normal life of our people. We also developed new international social platform, social.yedopomoga.gov.ua, which allows people from all over the world to provide targeted additional assistance to Ukrainians. Yedopomoga translates from Ukraine as e-help or is-help. The technology is simple and transparent. A beneficiary selects a request for product from registered Ukrainians in any region, pays by bank card, and the recipient receives a special code which pays for the product in partner supermarkets. This is similar to the technology of gift certificates in peacetime. This week, we integrated in all Ukrainian network of pharmacy into this platform, so you can help with medicine too. The minimum amount of aid is only $7 or 25 dirham or 500 Indian rupees. This aid has a positive impact on the economy of Ukraine because it supports agro producers too. It also indirectly has a positive effect on food security around the world. The Yedopomoga technology will be able to help solve humanitarian crises in any country in the future. Please know that not only does it allow to targeted assistance for people, but it also supports national network of stores and the national manufacturers, as well as all employees of this company. Also, let's help Ukraine, and then the whole world will be able to use this technology for their needs. We continue the implementation of the United Informational System of the social sphere in Ukraine. We set a goal not just to put government services online, but to make them user-friendly. Simple application forms are created for people, and informational is automatically downloaded from all state registers, so that we do not have to fill them in manually or collect data on paper by citizens from various government bodies. Under work conditions, the implementation of the system has become even more important. It allows you to receive social service without leaving a safe place and without visiting government social offices in our cities.
Konstantin, let me step in there. That's fascinating insights that are hugely practical. Turning to our guests, Super and Barakat, I mean, both of you in different ways have been responsible for formulating strategies in your country to deal with cyber threats, to manage cybersecurity and cyber warfare. And here I should think that, Konstantin never imagined in his wildest dreams that he would have to put them into practical practice. But Barakat, tell us about Abu Dhabi. You're a very senior man in the Abu Dhabi police force. How have you thought about the scope of cybersecurity and cyber warfare, and what's your strategy in essence?
Yes, first of all, I want to thank everybody who have offered his condolence, and it's really heart-touching. Thank you, everybody. I think when it comes for cyber security, it was always a priority for our government. We've seen that the UAE invested from beginning in digital transformation, and this was really a big asset for us to be ahead, offering all our services through online for the citizens and residents of UAE to benefit of it. And this asset need to be protected from whatever attacks can be done through the cyber crimes. So there was a strong strategy that helped us to leverage our capability. I think before 3 years, UAE was ranked around 35 in the level of cyber resilience over the world. And within 3 years, we jumped from that level to level 5. So that will show you how much we invested in that part.
But is that enough, Barakat? I mean, Keith Alexander, a former head of the NSA and Cyber Force in the States, has said that cyber warfare, and I quote, remains the exposed underbelly of democracies around the world. Have you done enough? Do you still feel vulnerable? Do you ever feel that you've done enough?
I think this is anybody working in cybersecurity or even in the IT will tell you enough is not enough. I mean, it's always a changing scenarios. Always there is a new thing happening. Always you are in a game of trying to catch up with the bad guys who also benefiting from the same tools that you are using. They are learning what the new technology can help them to harm others. And you also trying to benefit from that technology to protect yourself and protect your citizen from that danger.
And just bringing Super in. Super, you know, you've held this job in Zimbabwe. Does this all resonate with you? And also another question. I should think Mr. Alexander at the NSA had a rather sizable budget, which I'm sure when you were head of ICT you might have dreamed of. But how have you thought this through, and how have you managed it when resources are necessarily constrained?
Thank you very much, Jasper. First of all, let me just express my deep gratitude to Sudhir Chaudhary, the CEO and editor-in-chief of WION, for inviting me to this summit. And like my colleagues, I would like to express my personal deep sense of loss and condolences to the people of the United Arab Emirates on the said loss of His Royal Highness Sheikh Khalifa. Just to give you some perspective on how this loss is being felt in Zimbabwe, in the last 3 years, the trade between Zimbabwe and United Arab Emirates has gone up from $400 million US a year to 1.6 billion, making the UAE the second largest trading partner of Zimbabwe, and largely because of the vision of Sheikh Khalifa together with our President Emerson Mnangagwa. So this loss is being felt quite deeply, not just here, but also in Zimbabwe. Coming to your question, Jasper, I think the priorities are obviously very different coming from Africa, the UAE, Europe, and many other parts of the world. Our focus was largely to understand, in the first instance, what cybersecurity is about and what are the things to look out for. The infrastructure, building the infrastructure and making sure that we are looking at the basic things like data protection. There wasn't, and I don't think there's still at the moment, the focus on cyber warfare and how to defend territories, sovereignty in terms of cybersecurity. The focus in Zimbabwe, for instance, is how do we protect your data? How do we make sure that there is no interference with your bank accounts? How do we make sure that we protect the vulnerable from revenge pornography and things like that? That is still the main focus, as opposed to the broader view of cyber warfare or cyber security in that greater context.
So mainly defensive at this stage.
Mainly defensive, yes.
And here, if you look at it from a sort of philosophical, doctrinal perspective, I was talking with Jane before, one of our esteemed speakers from the States, with a long history in the military and public policy and the rest of it, and she made a very interesting point, which was, how does government, and I'm going to put this to you, Super, and then to Barakat, how does government possibly control this when it doesn't actually control a whole bunch of the actors or components? I mean, how have you thought about that, Super? You take the question, then we'll get to Barakat.
It's a very difficult situation because internet didn't develop from Africa, didn't develop from Zimbabwe. This is more developing from outside of the African continent, and as a result, we have no control over the infrastructure. We have no control over what the companies that are involved in providing bandwidth, in providing content are doing. And I think it's a conversation that is beginning to take place given what we have seen with the war in Ukraine. Because, they say the first casualty of war is the truth. I think that adage must now change to say the first casualty of war is the internet. Because we had access in Africa to an alternative voice through YouTube, through satellite television, which is Russia Today, and we're also able to watch CNN and many other channels that were giving us reports. But because the narrative wasn't the one preferred by the businesses in North America and Europe, we were cut off from Russia Today. So we actually don't know the other side of the story. We only know one side of the story. And that is giving many governments and many people a rethink. Do we invest in our own infrastructure in order to be able to tell our own story? And I think WION has a very good example. In March, it was taken off YouTube simply because they had played a speech by the Russian president, which seemed to downplay the war in Ukraine, but also had played a speech by the Ukrainian foreign minister. But what that does is it makes us in Africa begin to think, if there's so much control on what can go out, what can we actually be doing? Building our own infrastructure, partnering with those that are affected to begin to build infrastructure. So it's a big question out there right now.
Okay, that's pretty interesting in terms of who's running the show. Super. Barakat, do you feel the same way? Do you feel that whatever you do, there's going to be a whole bunch of kind of technology oligarchs, whether it's Mr. Zuckerberg or, all these fellows, Mr. Musk? Do you feel vulnerable in the same way?
Well, it is really true that what he said, that there is no big control from not only foreign countries, but also from big companies that actually own those information and can manipulate it and push it in certain way. But what you can do within your boundary is to, first of all, make sure that the technology that...
Just lift your mic up.
Okay. So I was saying that what you can do within your boundary with the things that you control, that starting from putting, making sure that the procedure that you follow, everybody can understand it. The government entities, the private sectors, everybody working together, because when it comes to the fight of cybersecurity, you cannot play it by yourself. You need the help of everybody. You can, the private sector have a major role in that, and also they are a major target for whatever attack, either like the banking sector or the medical sectors. So collaborative between those parties can help to make sure that you are in a certain way vulnerable to those attacks.
Yeah, well, and I guess it's an evolving story, but as an acid test of whether this is actually getting through, if you look at the audience here, hands up who feels well versed in cybersecurity and cyber war. So it's a leading question, Jane. Thank you. But I mean, it doesn't. So it's an interesting thing. Visa did a study recently that said that globally, over a third of businesses had left themselves almost entirely undefended. So is it just simply a case that this has come up fast on us, it's a work in progress? Or are we living in this strange parallel universe where people don't actually think it's a threat?
Well, I must say that technology has run so fast ahead than the human being has been able to react. A lot of things have happened, development has happened technologically, that we've been so slow to adjust and to look at the risks. And I think that a lot of the issues are being addressed as we go on, but the technology is far ahead than we can actually do. For instance, in Zimbabwe, we're still putting together the laws in order to, protect the users. And yet, a lot of developments have already taken place, and we are behind in terms of our legislation. So what's actually taking place is that one needs to be moving also rapidly. But the process of making laws, the process of running governments is very bureaucratic. You can never be ahead of technology.
Okay, fair enough, Super. But just let's ask a fundamental question, which is, before we get to policies and lawmaking, etc. I mean, you're a member of parliament. You're an elected, experienced official. Amongst your peers, if you like, do you have a sense that the leaders of countries really even understand this subject?
Well, I think they do understand to the extent of it being a threat to their political stay in office. I think you have had a couple of examples in many parts of Africa where during election time, internet is throttled. That's when they begin to understand the realities of the internet, of cyber warfare, of cyber security. We have a law, for instance, in Zimbabwe that says no one can announce the result of an election. But in the world and the new technology world of the internet, somebody sitting in London can announce the result. So you can't control that person sitting in UAE posting results online. And this could be misleading results that could lead to people going onto the streets. So the reality is that the politicians are beginning to understand the risks only when it becomes to their power, not necessarily on a daily basis thinking about these things, because I think there's so many other challenges to think about in Africa. We've been talking about the war in Ukraine, in Africa, in Zimbabwe, in many countries surrounding Zimbabwe. We don't produce oil. So everybody is thinking about where do we get the next amount of money to increase our budget for the importation of oil. Our second staple is wheat, and we have always imported from Ukraine. And we're looking at alternative sources because of the disruption of the supply chain. So these are the things that the politicians are thinking about on a daily basis, and cybersecurity is right at the bottom of that list.
Yeah, until it affects their voters, as you say. I'm going to turn to Konstantin now. Konstantin, we're well aware that the war effort on the Ukrainian side is supported by a veritable legion of so-called kind of volunteer hackers or hacktivists, whether it's anonymous or new groups like Black Hawk or whoever. But there is a fundamental question about the ethics of that and the legality of it. And we've heard people say, well, an unprincipled enemy deserves unprincipled responses. But where do you draw the line between your civil defense and using third-party so-called hacktivists?
When we talk about cyber warfare, the reliable cyber warrior is the basis of the digital state, which we are going to build. Today, the cyber front is one of the most important in the war against the Russian aggressor. We are not only defending ourselves, but also actively fighting against the enemy. IT specialists and hackers joined together in the so-called IT army. There are currently over 300,000 people there. Every day, they independently identify targets and attack them together. We are actively in negotiation with international companies to prevent them from working with Russia.
And Barakat, would you conceptually, God forbid it ever happens, would you be conceptually comfortable with the idea of roping in hacker farms and third-party nationals to support the defence of your nation state?
Working with private sectors like companies that hack a farm or whatever, it can be done if it's legalized and within the ethics of that country. It's for sure that around the world there was a lot of attacks happened, and it was not from the country itself, but from a private hackathon, private sectors, and probably that was with a collaboration. But we cannot approve it. There is no way. There is no a digital fingerprint that can lead you directly to that accusation. So it's really a difficult question to answer. In a certain situation, probably you need the help from another party to protect you, to help you, to make sure that your system is much more stronger than vulnerable to other attacks. But it's as I told you, it's a difficult question and depends on a lot of things.
Let me come in there. I think that it's a very tricky question because it brings about a lot of ethical issues. You're redefining the war, or what is known as war. War has always been fought on land, has been fought on the seas, in the air, in space. Now you're making the war be fought in cyberspace. You are legitimizing attacks on civilians, in my view, by allowing nationalists to put themselves together and become another third force in a war. Now, what that does is that if the opposing side bombs a building and justifies that they're in that building were people trying to hack into their systems, how do you then quarrel with them, because you are justifying the involvement of non-militants into the war?
Well, let's put this question to Konstantin, right? So you've got, as we said, a legion of third-party hackers working on your behalf. If, for whatever reason, that involves, to Supa's point, fatalities in either a third-party country or in your opponent's country, does that change the nature of the game, or is fundamentally all fair in love and war? Have we got Konstantin? I think you're on mute. Can you unmute Konstantin?
Okay, thank you. I think that our main goal is to defend our infrastructure, our IT infrastructure, and our people from the digital hacker attack. And people who works together and who makes IT army, it's the people who work because they are defending Ukraine from different countries, and they united to protect Ukraine.
But if what they do affects the civilians of Russia, does that change the equation?
I think the main goal is to defense.
Okay, understood. We've got a few more minutes. It's a massive topic. Super, please.
Yeah, just wanted to say that it's a very interesting question, because when the war started in Ukraine, the Russians targeted communications infrastructure, disrupt the internet, so the communication is very poor, so they can execute their war easily. Then you had Elon Musk respond to an inquiry or a request by a Ukrainian government official saying, help us with Starlink hardware, Starlink satellite services, which is a subsidiary of SpaceX. And Elon Musk responded by shipping this equipment to Ukraine. And officials in Ukraine have confirmed that this internet access is helping the drones that are attacking the Russian soldiers.
And that crosses the line for you, does it?
I think it raises a lot of ethical issues where should then the Russians be attacking infrastructure owned by Elon Musk because he has decided to be a part of this war? Is he an accessory to the war? It's a very difficult question, and I think some red lines are being crossed, and we need a longer conversation about it.
Fair enough. If we had longer, we'd get Mr. Musk on the line to comment on this. But we've got a couple more minutes on this incredibly difficult topic. Let's wrap up with a couple of questions. One hope question, one fear question. Barakat, what's your greatest hope around cyber warfare? Or as the topic of this summit is, peace?
I think overall peace cannot be achieved without, the work of all countries together. Regular war, as we know it, have been there for thousands of years. And we achieved, through that time, like a Geneva Convention with a certain way regulate how the war is happening and what is allowed and what's not allowed. And we have been hearing from all the speakers about what we can do against regular war. The cyber war, it's a new war for us. There is no laws, there is nothing that a guideline that show the countries what is allowed and what is not allowed, like the debate we have right now regarding the third party. So I think all the countries need to work together to understand how to make the technology much peaceful, as we hoped from beginning that it will help humanity and things like that, and benefit from this chance to come out with agreement, sort of agreement between the countries, how we can do that.
So collaborate, seize the day. Brigadier Al-Kindi, thank you so much. The Honourable Super Manda Wazara, let's finish off with you here. Biggest fears? Are you lying awake at night in a cold sweat worrying about this? Where do you think we're going with this?
The biggest fear is that for as long as we weaponize information, we weaponize the internet, it's going to create more and more chaos. I think the gains in terms of democracy, access to information that have been achieved over the last few decades will be wiped away because you're giving justification to dictatorships to switch off the internet as and when they want, because there's justification because the big countries are doing it. So the fear is we are going to go back to the age where everybody is just watching on their own territory and nobody cares what happens there. And I believe that we need a democratization of the investment space in services like YouTube, Google, and others. You cannot just allow a few companies in the West to invest heavily and the South isn't doing the same, because then the values of those in the West are imposed on you, and the values, because of our cultural differences, may actually be very different. So a conversation, I think, is required in order to democratize that space, in my view.
Super. That's a fantastic way for us to finish. As ever, ongoing conversation, and fascinating, of course, to be sitting between a dialectic of, a real war, and like all forms of war, it's unimaginable until you're in it, and those preparing for war or managing risks. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been an honor to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
that brings us to the end of the 5th edition of the WION Global Summit. I would like to thank all of you for being a part of it. This was much needed deliberation, and we could not have asked for better engagement. Like I told you, WION Global Summit was trending online. It gives our mission a sense of validation to see so many of you connecting with us. It tells us that even today people believe in peace. Even today people want to give peace a chance. And it's for their sake and ours, and also for the sake of our next generation, that each one of us must strive harder to secure peace on this planet. We must protect our societies from firearms, bioweapons, from countries that weaponize trade, and those that wage wars online. So we leave this room carrying forward these discussions. Let's try and prioritize cooperation over conflict, encourage meaningful dialogue, and do our bit to reconstruct the world order. Ladies and gentlemen, let's spread the message of peace. I trust all of you will. I would once again like to thank our dialogue partners, also our sponsors. WION Global Summit Dubai 2022 is driven by Maruti Suzuki, powered by Faber. Our tourism partner is Gujarat Tourism. Our hospitality partner is the Oberoi Dubai. Print partner UAE Khalij Times. And this event is in association with Car Dekho. Like I say every time, we'll see you next year, the same place. Take care, stay safe. Thank you.